But little by little, I began to edit myself. And I was trying to fit most neatly into a business box, what an MBA-er is. I tried to sound more professional, more polished, more valuable. And the dismantling didn't happen all at once. I traded myself, piece by piece, little by little, for approval. Oops, what happened? Y'all didn't see any of that. That didn't happen. Until one day, as I was sitting and writing yet another 60-page report, I'm super sorry to all of my professors for that. It struck me that I no longer recognized the voice that was before me on the page. This was a devastating realization, as after all, one of my biggest drives to come back to school was to write my big, stupid book. But in that moment, I was starting to feel as though I couldn't write it at all. Not for lack of ideas, because the book was everywhere. It is both the love of my life and the bane of my existence, and any writer in the room understands that it is in everything that you do. But the thought of writing an entire book in a voice that was not mine was a special type of torture. So I did what any kid who hated to hear the word no would do. I went on a search for my voice so that I could write one day that big, stupid book. And I ended up writing a children's book. So don't worry, there's no copyright infringement. This is just a working title. No offense to Judy Blume. So I wrote a story about a child who woke up one day to discover that she'd lost her voice. In her state of dismay, she turned to her constant companion for help to find her voice again, someone who was always with her and who always had something to say. His name is Richard. Richard is loud, he is persistent, and he's full of chaos and opinions. And while he means well and truly only wants to be helpful, he tends to make things worse. So, spoiler alert, the little girl in the story is me. Hi, I'm Lindsay Jo. And Richard is that little voice in my head that tells me that I'm not good enough. He's been with me for so long, I've been prone to believe him from time to time. But after some time, I came to realize that Richard is a dick. And Richard isn't just me being hard on myself. He's every external voice that I've picked up on along the way. He's telling me who I should be and who I can't be. The unrealistic expectations, the social norms that I've never quite been able to get a hang of, the idea of what a professional is, the pressure to be perfect. So, I know I'm not unique in this. I know that I'm not the only one who does this. Somewhere along the line, many of us in this room learned that being successful meant becoming just a little less yourself. And we reinforce it in our workplaces, in our relationships, and in the systems that we're part of building. Sometimes we're not the only ones that lose our voice. Sometimes we're the reason someone grows quiet. And in working through all of that mess, I learned to listen again. And my voice told me that I want to restore what's been devalued. I want to help cultivate regeneration in the places where people and places that I touch are able to tell the stories and help us to reconnect and feel whole again. So, back to this big stupid question. What if we just cross that out and maybe we try this on for size? So what happened to my voice and what did I trade it for? So that is exactly what we are going to be exploring today. Not just whether our voice shows up, but what that voice actually is and what shapes it. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Nan, and she's going to help us to dig into the next layer.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, LJ, for that wonderful tee-up and framing for our conversations about values today. My name's Nan Farley, and LJ and I are going to be building off of each other for this hour, from zooming into our values and our voices and zooming out to our worldviews. So I'm sure at least a few of you intuitively know every person brings a distinct worldview shaped by lived experiences, beliefs, values, and ethical frameworks. To help identify our different perspectives, I made a survey about our climate worldviews that will take in a little bit. The point of the survey and this presentation is really to help create a little more coherence about climate solutions and how we approach them. Okay, so the core concept is, with this coherence of knowing ourselves, we'll be able to effectively channel our own emotional energy towards solutions we care about and really find the approach that works best for you. And then two, we can strengthen our collaboration through this process. I've been doing advocacy for climate policy for the last 9 years at 350 Bay Area. Honorable mention to Bill McKibben, another 2026 Iggy Hoff awardee for founding 350.org. So what I noticed at 350 Bay Area is that when we're explicitly clear about our values and the theory of change underpinning the policies we're supporting, it allows us to build coalitions more effectively. So that's the concept of the collaborate. And to me, this feels like a very Presidio project because the school itself really helps people channel our energy towards climate solutions and strengthen our collaboration through knowledge and tools. All right, and in reality, it looks a little bit more like this, but today we're gonna start with that first step of knowing ourselves. All right, so a little bit about me. The Climate Worldview Survey touches on various moral and ethical beliefs, and I wanna share about my research on ethics, which was published in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology. So in our study, we sought to understand how and whether people rank their ethics. We studied the values of loyalty and honesty specifically. So for fun, let's poll the room really quickly. Which do people rank with higher importance, loyalty or honesty? So raise your hand for loyalty, higher importance. Loyalty, nice. And honesty, higher importance? Oh wow, a lot of honesty. Okay, well, you're gonna like the results then. So to test this, we put people in a group of 4, and they each individually took a multiple choice test with like assorted questions and math and things like that, correct answers. Then they self-reported how well they did. And as a group of 4, they would tell us their combined score, and they would all get paid the same amount of money based on their group score. So if they got more correct answers, they got paid a little bit more. And then in the experimental group, same situation, group of 4, but at the beginning, they pledged to be loyal to the group at the beginning. So they took the test, then they self-reported, and they got paid as a group. And the funny thing is, when people were primed to be loyal, they lied, and they said they got more correct answers, which indicated a few things that are listed up there, but among them, it's really that loyal liars viewed their deceit as ethical. So my point here is that ethics are contextual, and they can be activated and justified in different ways, and that there's kind of no right answer. So remember that later. All right. And here I am hooked up to an EEG machine. We use these in psychological research to record the brain's electrical activity. We attach little suction cups to the head with some gel. So we're going to be bringing out the EEG machines now. We're bringing them out? No, I'm just kidding. We won't be tracking your thoughts today, but hopefully we'll get a little more coherence. All right, so let's get into it. At Presidio, we're taught this concept of ikigai in one of our foundational classes. In short, the concept of finding your life purpose, or what you love, and also what you're good at, what you can be paid for, and what the world needs. You can try to achieve all of this in a career or in various areas of your life, which together can create fulfillment. So today with you all, I'd like to focus on this part of what the world needs, which is a helpful question to answer for anyone who's looking to make an impact. All right, and as I researched a little bit more into this, it occurred to me that what we think the world needs really depends on your climate world, or on your worldview. We'll be talking about the climate one specifically today. So there are a lot of different definitions for a worldview, but after reading like 20 of them, I found the Google AI overview quite encompassing. So a worldview is a set of core beliefs, assumptions, and values, often formed by culture and experience, that shapes how a person thinks, makes decisions, and understands their purpose, and determines right from wrong. And I just love that, understands their purpose. All right, and I also like this graphic. It shows how the effects of a worldview can be seen at many different levels. It shows the individual and the social. I like how it included an environmental perspective and the global perspective. And much like that image earlier where I added all the arrows going all of the different directions, I think they all kind of reinforce and inform each other as well. Okay, so with all of that, I think we're ready. It's your turn to take the Climate Worldview Survey. So if you all have your phones, if you could please pull them out and scan the QR code, or you could type that in. And as I've tried to tee up, there are no wrong answers. All ethics are ethical, if you will, and it's best to just be honest with yourself, like LJ was teeing up, because we're really just trying to understand your perspective and your voice. When you're ready, go ahead and get started. I'll help keep us on track and moving along, but most people finish it in around 3 minutes. Does anybody need? Maybe okay, wait, just then. I like this background. Smiling with the negative. All right, you got your answer? Nice. Great. You got your answer? Nice. Okay. Give you all about 1 more minute to wrap up. Looks like we're about halfway done as a group. Did you get the same answer? Ooh. Okay, 1 more minute. Read your results. There's also a link in the results where you can see all of the other archetypes. If you're curious, you could click that link as well and keep reading if you want to. Seems like we're just about ready. So just keep answering if you need a little bit more time. And for those who are done, we're going to do a little bit of a partner share. So if you could turn to one person next to you. If we need a group of 3, we can, but it'll be better with groups of 2. And each of you share your results, your reaction, does this sound like you? And your reflection, what else does this make you think of? And I'll let you know when it's time to switch. So one person kick it off for 2 minutes. Okay, and if the other person hasn't shared yet, switch. please wrap up your last thought there. And let's come back to the group when you're ready. All right, come on back when you're just about done with that last thought. I'm glad to see some laughing and engaged conversations. This is awesome. I'm so glad you're excited to talk about this. We actually have just about 1 minute here where we could hear what people thought from this little partner share out. If anybody wants to share your personal reflection or something somebody said that you thought was interesting about this reflection, does anybody want to share with the wider group?
I will.
Great.
We both work in the field of adaptation, and we came out as adapters. So I'll speak it again. Can you hear me? So we took the test, and we work in flood adaptation. That's what we built a 6-week workforce training program to adapt to extreme events. So we took the exam, and we both shared our notes, and we came out as adapters. That's a good thing. At least we know we're on target.
That's awesome.
Here you go for someone else.
Great, thank you. Yeah, does anybody, that's so awesome. I love to hear that. Oh, great.
So apparently we all divided and conquered into different tables because all three of us are stabilizers.
Oh, wow.
I have no idea how that happened.
That's awesome.
We weren't cheating off each other's answers. But we talked about how we're all willing to take some short-term economic pain and try to figure out how to, get to the results a little bit faster. And it was interesting how we all independently arrived at the same end game there.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely come back to the stabilizer in a little bit, so I'm glad you shared that. Thank you.
I think to add a little color to that, it's interesting that the three approaches to stability here were different. Our internal conflicts were different. I think all three of us struggled with equity, social equity, and placed that behind, let's solve this problem as quickly as we can because we felt that that would flow downstream to support social equity. I tended to be more of an incremental approach because I believe that iteration, I've got a science background or data background, that iteration and continuous improvement is a model. Adam was looking for very rapid breakthrough solutions. It was really interesting to see how all three of us got there. And she also had a conflict with social equity and made a great comment about, well, if you can't put a roof over your head and food in your mouth, we're up on Maslow's hierarchy of needs pretty high here. We still got 4 layers below us where people can't eat. So it was really fascinating.
Yeah, maybe a mix of some different archetypes too happening. Yeah, that's great. Thank you for sharing that and really drawing on some other ideas there. I'm glad that spurred some more thinking. I think we could do one more. Yeah, let's do one more. Great.
Thanks. We landed as stewards and stabilizers over here. In the reflection part, though, that I found myself feeling a lot of frustration or friction in answering the questions because I kept on looking at my work and seeing there's opportunities for integration and a both and, like why do I have to trade off ecosystem regeneration and stewardship for advancing social equity and a more just social environment. I think we can do both and so I kept on feeling this intense frustration.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that because it is hard to silo these different perspectives, which actually is a great tie-in to sharing a little bit more about how these work together and a little bit how I made this, so thank you. As you may have noticed, the survey has a few criteria to help differentiate your perspectives from others, and I'm going to explain how those mechanics kind of interplay and give you a peek behind the curtain. So on this, I plotted the archetypes across 2 criteria. There are 4 in total. primarily that create them. But these two, on the x-axis, you've got the moral subject, so humans and all life systems and the planet. And obviously we don't, only want things for humans or all life systems. But if we have to go on a spectrum, that's the X. And then on the Y, it represents your preferred change mechanism of working within the system or outside the system. And the change mechanism also informs the nuances of the archetypes, such as a preference for policy and power versus markets or technology, for example. So they're all kind of plotted somewhere in there, and this is definitely imperfect, but it's an interesting way of looking at this and maybe helpful for our thinking about how we can come together. And then the last two criteria that are not shown here are your time horizon. So whether you are more inclined for that immediate relief, like our adapters, and maybe perhaps a more long-term focus, like our stabilizers. And then the last one is your risk tolerance. So that concept and that tension between preventing the worst case scenario or optimizing outcomes. And then I used some fun names to describe them, but they're all kind of previously identified approaches that in the field, like a carbon emissions reduction focus, a conservationist, economic pragmatist, things like that, but we have some fun names. And what were the results, you may be wondering? Well, I could not update this in real time, but here's a snapshot of 19 survey responses collected over the past 2 weeks from our Presidio community. And this gives us a little bit of a picture of how people are responding. On each question, one of those bubbles you selected responds to an archetype, and across all responses, you can see stabilizer was selected 46 times, and then reliever after that 11 times, rebalancer 14 times, and so on. So what was notable to me looking at your results was that no one consistently chose the same archetype for every answer. In fact, everyone selected at least 3 different archetypes throughout the survey. So your final result reflects the archetype you chose most often. And while your top result represents the perspective you lean toward most frequently, it's clear that we all draw from multiple worldviews at once. And the goal here isn't to rank or judge ethical positions, at least not this time, but to better understand how we approach sustainable solutions, so we can perhaps find a little more alignment within ourselves and with each other. All right, thank you for playing along. With that, I'll hand you back to LJ.
But wait, there's more, guys. Now that we've learned a little bit more about ourselves, we're going to take some time to learn more about each other. You've already started to kind of do that with discussing your archetypes with each other. But now we're going to dig into some of the real work of how do you bring yourself to the table? And more importantly, how do you make room for others to bring themselves as well? So we've got some questions here, just some prompts. You don't have to get through all of them. You don't even have to answer any of them if that doesn't vibe with you. Just see where the conversation takes you and see what starts to unearth for you. So we're going to take about 15 minutes, so discuss. Oh, I'm sorry. That's too small. There you go. right, folks. I'm going to bring us back together to finish out this session. There were some really awesome conversations happening, and I hope that you can continue those throughout the day. And we are going to invite you to keep diving into this throughout the day. So on your tables, you'll see some Post-it notes and some pens, and we're just asking you to practice noticing throughout the day. Notice where you are showing up more fully and where you are shrinking a little bit, and just make a note of that. And then it's anonymous, so you can take that Post-it and put it on the windows over there where they are marked. There's a sign that says, this is where my voice shows up, this is where my voice shrinks. And it's just a way for us to have that community share out and sort of learn from each other, notice some patterns that are emerging, and just be able to better move forward in our workspaces, in our relationships, wherever, and just sort of have that in mind. So thank you all so very much for all of this today.
All right, thank you, LJ and Nan, for warming ourselves up. We figured we should spend a little time situating ourselves before we dig into some of the more topically specific content, which will be coming up next. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at about 10:50. We're a little ahead of schedule, which is awesome. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes and turn it over to our next group. Plenty of coffee and tea and things. Looks like there's still snacks outside. Again, men's restroom on the ground floor, women's and gender neutral on the second floor. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks. All right, we're going to come back in 2 minutes. Refill your coffee, find your seat. All right, we are going to go ahead and get started again. We'll give our folks outside a minute to make their way back in. So glad the sun has come out for us. Yay. All right, welcome back, welcome back. We are now going to jump into our second session of the day, looking at financing sustainable futures. So again, we're going to hear from 2 different student groups and then have an activity based around some shared themes in their presentations. So go ahead and join me in welcoming Josh Plort to the stage.
Alrighty. Thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate y'all spending part of your weekend with us. Yeah, I'm Josh Plord. This project is called the Open Proforma. It's about how do we address housing affordability and decarbonization both, because we need to address both without reliance on government subsidy. So I think this is not necessarily particular to the built environment, but I think as our society gets more and more complex, more information, more roles, more people working on more stuff, what we're seeing is that there's more tracks for specialization, more roles as people start to narrow in on specific topics, and they gain depth and expertise, subject matter expertise in particular disciplines. But I think what's happening is that we have sort of a bandwidth, a certain level of bandwidth in our brains. And as we gain that depth, we start to lose breadth. So we start to lose understanding around what other disciplines are doing. And I think that is a real challenge for solving the hard problems because I think it takes an understanding of the different disciplines to actually make change. So this is a little bit of a history of how many specialists there are as it relates to the built environment. So back in the 60s, we had about 5 consultants, architects, MEP, structural. And then as our society has been getting more complex, we see that number of consultants start to grow. And now about, we have, even for like a smaller, medium-sized project, we have about 42 consultants on the design side. So historically, the architect was the one who's tasked with general strategy for design of a particular project. You ain't got a lot of time to think about general strategy if you're managing 42 different companies. And I think as we think about the poly crisis, at Presidio, we talk about the poly crisis quite a lot. If we don't have folks who understand sort of like the minimum requirements for moving strategy forward, that is a huge gap. That's a big barrier to making progress. And it's almost like sort of this old parable of the blind people and the elephant, right? Like everyone sort of is focused on their piece, but they're not necessarily understanding the full picture or how things interrelate. So I think what we need is we need to start thinking about like a new common foundation between disciplines, and we need to start thinking about how can we create understanding between sort of the different layers of subject matter expertise, and how do we just essentially transition folks to be curious around what are the other components of the system that we need to work on. Yeah, so again, as I mentioned, housing and decarbonization. On one hand, in order to solve for housing affordability, we need to create more supply, right? But then on the other hand, we really should not be building these in the same way or in the same methods that we've been doing traditionally. So we need to change how we build. So how do we do both of these together without reliance on government subsidies? A big question, right? So mission, decarbonization, and housing. And then actually like the source, I think the main source of the barriers for these two aspects of what we need to solve are actually the same thing. So I think it's increased CapEx. You do new things, it costs more than the incumbent thing, and then risk, or the perception of risk. Sometimes the risk is real, sometimes it's just perception. I think a lot of times when we are trying to do new things, there's a natural tendency to look at policy and to look at government incentives, right? Like, how can the state provide carrots and sticks? But if we look at what's available, both for housing and for decarbonization, it's like really not up to the scale of the problem. So this graph, this is not to scale, but this is showing the amount of incentive funding that we have in New York State for decarb, for the building sector, versus that $340 billion, that's how much it would actually cost. So the gap there is pretty substantial. And so the question I think an apt question to be thinking about is if we pull all of the levers that we can think about that we have to pull from the private sector, what can we do? Like, what kind of bite out of that cost difference can we start to think about mitigating? Yeah, so just some framing up slides showing some of the problem. Y'all might be familiar with this already, but essentially the built environment is responsible for 42% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Affordability, as we all know, is increasingly becoming a top-line issue. Median wages have essentially stagnated since the 1970s, and housing costs is just going like through the roof. So the most recent data I was able to find from Fred shows that ratio, the home price to income ratio, is actually 7x, which is larger than it's ever been in the history of the country. In addition to that, one of the contributing factors is that construction costs are also rising faster than inflation. So materials have essentially tripled since 1982, and then labor costs have doubled since 2001. And going back to incentives, the government incentives that we have right now, this is why I'm interested in what can we do from the private sector, from the market. The government incentives just like aren't up to the scale of the problem. So the biggest incentive program that we have in the country is called LIHTC, Low Income Housing Tax Credit. And this contributes to about 87 1,000 new units of housing per year, but we actually have a gap of 7 million. So it's good that we have government incentives, but it's just not enough. And another interesting thing that came out of the research was there's this sort of cost paradox. So in order to achieve these incentives, in order to successfully apply for them, the state puts all these regulations on affordable housing, things like double-loaded corridors, things like ADA bathrooms. So the funny thing is that affordable housing actually costs more to build than luxury housing. So the reason this project is called the Open Performa, what I decided to do was to try to categorize and index a selection of solutions and use a financial performa, a financial model that a real estate developer would typically use to show the investors how well the project is performing, and push all of these strategies through that model and see what happens. So the unifying sort of key metrics here are rent cost and then the effect on AMI, or area median income. The solution space, I try to cast as broad of a net as possible, again, trying to reach general strategy. So the solution space incorporates design, construction and procurement, and then impact finance. This is a view of the baseline model. I needed to create sort of a baseline to compare these strategies against. So I made an illustrative, prototypical 40-unit multifamily building, and I created a baseline model using typical finance metrics. So the total development cost for this ended up being about 25 million. And then interestingly, the cost of capital, the return to both the bank for the debt financing and then to the general partners for the equity, is actually roughly 60% of the contributing factors to rent. And then rent ended up being, funny enough, kind of very similar to what you might see in New York City. So the average baseline rent for this illustrative cartoon is about $5,000. So these are the results. I'm going to show you all the results, and then I'm going to take you all through how I got there. I think using just market-based mechanisms, it's possible to increase attainability by 92% AMI. And drilling down into what that means, I think it's possible to reduce rent from $5,000 to $1,800. I think what that means in terms of the income that would be required to afford a unit, I think that reduces from 200K to 70K. And then in terms of the percentage of population, it means that in New York City, for a two-person household, the percentage of people who could afford to live in the unit jumps from 16% to 66%. So you're substantially opening up affordability to a wide swath of the population. Yeah, so I'll show you some design moves first. I didn't actually create this image. Shout out goes to Effect. This is from a project that they did called Urban Village. Effect is a really amazing design firm out of Copenhagen. But thematically, one of the themes that was coming out as I was researching various design strategies was this relationship between efficiency and community. So essentially, what we can do to reduce cost from an efficiency standpoint also can support amazing experiences that foster community. This is just a snapshot of what some of those spaces might look like. So, for example, in the lower left-hand corner, ganging laundry units together instead of putting them in the basement, putting up on the roof with a rooftop garden. So, you're washing your knickers on a Sunday afternoon with your neighbors and everyone's sort of playing in the garden. Just that move, the analysis showed that it saves about $17,000 off the purchase price of a typical unit. So I looked at 4 strategies. So eliminating on-site single parking, making really efficient apartments, sharing essential services, and then trying to have like a really efficient material palette, so no more materials than we actually need. And again, the theme that came out of this was efficient design really helps foster community. So if you stack these 4 strategies together, what that yields is about a 12% reduction in construction cost, which, because of the high cost of finance, if you push that all the way through, it actually has a significant effect on AMI. It helps the AMI number by about 36%. Individually, they might not look super substantial on their own, but because you can combine them together, it's about a 23% reduction in rent price. So that was design. I'll take you through construction now. So one of the strategies I looked at for construction is called industrialized construction, which is essentially off-site manufacturing, so trying to do as much as possible in terms of fabrication, in terms of assembly, in a controlled environment, essentially in a factory, which the theory goes that that will drastically increase your speed of erection and assembly on site. So anything you can do to reduce the time on site will, in theory, produce a significant cost savings. There's 2 kinds, there's 2 flavors, if you will, chocolate vanilla, of industrialized construction. One being sort of panelized, where you're making walls, floors, roofs, and then the other one being what we call volumetric modular, which is like you're producing a whole room and then you're craning that room into place. And then this image is from Apt, which is an amazing, Los Angeles-based new developer, and I just threw this in here to say, like, manufactured housing does not have to be crappy. It can be amazing. So that was construction. I'll take you through procurement. The way that we currently finance and buy materials and services for the built environment is always on a one-off basis. So we always finance basically like one building at a time, sometimes a master plan, but like typically one building at a time. And this is like something that is particular, I think, to the built environment, and a lot of other industries do not do this, right? A lot of other industries are interested in economies of scale. So we all interact with economies of scale every day, all the time. If you think about buying a Coke can from the gas station, your unit cost is a lot larger than what it could be if you buy like a 4-pack of 2 liters from Walmart, right? Like Walmart's gonna be 47% cheaper per ounce. So what bulk purchase does, this essentially is ganging projects together. So instead of procuring material for one building, you're procuring material for 10 buildings. And then what that can do is essentially promote an economy of scale along what's called a quantity discount function. So the more you buy, the cheaper the materials get. This is logarithmic, so it does level off eventually. But I think this is an area which it deserves further exploration. So industrialized construction, I think, has the potential to reduce costs by about 33%, and then bulk purchase can provide probably about a 29% reduction there. Yeah, so that was procurement. I'll take y'all, apologies, this is so fast, but I'll take y'all through impact finance. Appreciate the cognitive flexibility. Okay, so again, this is the baseline. Remember the baseline, 61% roughly cost of capital. This is the dismal reality. What that looks like if you break it down is the green bars here represent the capital cost that's invested, and then the white and the orange bars represent the return on that investment, both for the debt side and the equity side. And what this means is that your blended cost of finance is about 200% of the capital invested. So it's like super substantial. So what I did as I was doing the research for the impact finance is I looked at a bunch of different instruments. I indexed these together to see like what the reduction in the cost of capital could be. So this is sort of painting a landscape in between market rate finance and philanthropy, and understanding what are the different instruments available in between that certain foundations or certain types of ESG funds or certain types of impact GPs and LPs might offer in return for either affordability or environmental performance. So the alternative stack that I created basically like takes out 53% of the market rate finance and replaces it with an impact stack. So the different colors represent different sources that are within that stack. And what I found is that that reduction is super substantial. So it's about, you can get like a 39% reduction in that return to the investors. Okay, so then the question is, what happens when we start to put it all together? So I think it's really helpful as we're going through a project development process to sort of outline the landscape of like looking at design, construction procurement, impact finance. What do the most profitable strategies look like, and how can we compare them by assigning a common metric like rent price or AMI? There's other KPIs that we could use, but this can tell us like what are sort of the most effective strategies. And so I made a selection of these and combined them together, and that's what landed me at the result that I showed you sort of at the top of the presentation with that 92% reduction. So my question for y'all, and maybe we'll get into this, I think we're going to do a panel, a moderated panel coming up, but my question for y'all, just sort of seeding this, is, okay, now that I've taken you through a very fast snapshot of all these different strategies, and it really takes a village, right? Like it takes different disciplines to understand these strategies, discuss them together, and then form sort of a general direction. My question for y'all is, what should be the next steps? If I were to take this project forward after Presidio, what is an effective way to reach my community of architects, developers, finance people? How do you create sort of an itch in people's brains, right? Like if you've been working in industry for 20, 30, 40 years, and you've been rewarded for thinking in a certain way, I think their like mental pathways kind of get like a little bit solidified. And so what would be an effective way to reach out to, you know, people who have been successful, right, doing what they do, and that's what they know. But how can you sort of just sort of broaden people's view on what's possible? So last slide, ultimately this is all about human flourishing.
We actually have a couple minutes. Do we want to open that up and have some people share their thoughts? Are you okay with that, Josh? Yeah, will you put that slide back up? And
Yeah.
Josh has provided, you'll see them on your tables, an overview of the project. I'm very visual. I find this helpful. As Josh is pulling that up, also just noting, like, Josh, like many of our students, check out his bio in the back. Holy cow. Super experienced and on this amazing mission to, like, reduce rent costs from $5,000 to $1,700. We're talking about percentage of a population that can afford a unit, 16% to 66%. Like, those are killer stats. How do we get this type of work off the page and like out into the world? Like, this is a cool opportunity. So will you ask your question again, Josh? And I'll take the microphone around because we're recording.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think my main question with this project is, if I were to continue it, what should happen next? So I think, you know, maybe lunch and learns at developer offices or architecture offices. I think AIA, that's our architecture sort of national body, or ULI, that's the real estate developers national body. I'm writing a Substack, so should I continue that? Should this be like a sort of a publication somewhere, like in Metropolis Magazine, or yeah, anyways, just like any creative ideas that folks have around how to reach people who've been working in industry for decades, and like how do you sort of just like broaden people's point of view as we try to create more opportunities. Yeah.
I'll kick us off with a super tactical one, which is that the head of the ULI San Francisco chapter is a Presidio alum.
Amazing.
So we'll start there. I'll
Yeah.
follow up.
Amazing.
We'll make a connection. Who else has thoughts?
I'm a lead AP IDNC. I'd ask you to think about an approach for a state as small as New Hampshire, where there's no way we're going to put 200,000 units. We might put 3,000, 5,000. But we're having an absolute crisis in housing in New Hampshire. My employees can't afford housing.
Right.
They're coming from 30, 40, 60 miles away to work. So we have developers in the state who have the financial capacity to do that level of development. I'd be happy to engage there. We've got some architectural clients. But I think for a lot of communities, a smaller version of this model would be very helpful to the local architecture teams.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think maybe one next step might kind of be synthesizing, distilling, adding a little bit more sort of tactical information, but like providing a playbook. Yeah.
We've got one more over here, and then I'll come over.
Thank you. Jennifer Madden, Dean for the School of Business and Society. This is fantastic. Two things I'd like to see and do. University of Redlands, in Redlands, we're looking at University Village. I think we need to bring this information to President Newkirk so that she can see that we have our insight in-house and our talent. And the other piece, we've been working through building what a real estate development program could look like between the campuses, because we're, you know, here, we're in LA, we're in the Inland Empire. And so for me, I like to know, what does that Common Core look like? Because maybe that needs to be new education. So you can do a both and. So we can go back in time to train the architects and the potential real estate development students on what this common knowledge needs to be, reminding them of the dangers of specialization and that all of us are smarter than just one of us, and how do we pull that together. So let's build that toolkit and put it back in the classroom, so as you do the work on the front lines, we can start reminding our learners about what's important in that journey.
Amazing. That's awesome. Let's chat.
I think you just got volunteered to help advise us on a new program, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and I'd like to support your comment, Jennifer. I think building an integrated system as well is really important. We work in structural elevation, dry and wet flood proofing to solve the challenges that we are faced with in the 21st century. That's why we're here. And I think if we continue to do the same thing over and over and over again without building in adaptive and resilient solutions like elevation, for example, we would be a little short-sighted. So I think we go one step further and start to look at innovative solutions like a 6-week workforce training program that integrates elevating buildings on a new development side as opposed to just retrofitting old or dealing with dry and wet flood proofing as well. So we go one step further in terms of evolving the system that you've so wonderfully designed.
Yeah, absolutely. Resiliency is such a important aspect of it, 100%.
And I think we just heard maybe 3 of the 6 or 7 climate mindsets in there, so.
Yeah, I'd just like to pick up on your last statement about consciousness and the way people are thinking about it. And as you know, at Presidio, we really look at what are the founding worldviews and values. And is there something at that level, deeper, where you say they have to change their way of thinking, how you approach that and how you articulate to make a more fundamental, deeper view of how to rethink the whole system?
Right, yeah. Good one, yeah, absolutely.
Thinking beyond the housing component of this and getting to the renter component of this, a lot of retail spaces are renting their properties from development companies or from real estate companies, and I wonder if blending these strategies across a few more renter types might help scale the solutions as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great idea.
Great. Well, another round of applause for Josh. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and welcome our next group up, Good Fire Green Bond.
Is this on? I'll have him turn it on. Yes, it's on. I will have him make it live. Okay. Here's the second one.
We're going to use both.
And then I'll let you answer.
Musical microphone, sorry.
Oh, hello. All right. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Olivia, and I'm joined up here this morning with my teammates, Caitlin, Kaya, and Elena. And we are here today to present about our submission to a case competition that we participated in last fall, called the Kellogg Morgan Stanley Sustainable Investing Challenge. And this is our submission. It's called the Good Fire Green Bond. And we are revisiting this project about a year after we originally created it, because we have a year more of knowledge from our time at Presidio. And so when we designed this originally, we didn't really know what we were doing. And so Elena and I are graduating this year, and Kaya and Kate are not so far behind. And so we wanted to come back and integrate what we've learned and reflect on some of the things that have changed since we originally built it. So to start off, this is a little bit of background on what this case competition was all about. So they prompt MBA students from around the globe to design a creative financial solution for an urgent social or environmental problem. So each team picks a problem that is relevant to them wherever they are, and design a novel financial tool to seek to address it. So the problem that we decided to focus on is the increasing impact of wildfires in California and the Pacific Northwest. As I'm sure we're all aware, as the climate has changed, we have seen an increased frequency, intensity, and scale of wildfires across the West. And so as West Coasters ourselves, this felt like a relevant problem for us to think about in this competition. So as we dug into the problem, we came across a wealth of research that pointed to the fact that fire is a natural and necessary component of West Coast ecosystems. And for thousands of years, indigenous people on the West Coast have worked with these natural wildfire cycles through practices of cultural burning, which is often called good fire, hence the name of our presentation. So cultural burning is a tradition of facilitating small intentional burns that are aligned with fire cycles. And so these prescribed burns serve to reduce fuel loads in forests, and so that's a way to mitigate future high-intensity fires, as well as actually improve or increase the productivity of forest ecosystems, which provides cultural resources for the indigenous communities that carry it out. And research has found that cultural and other prescribed burning practices are some of the most effective ways to prevent large-scale, high-intensity fires in the future. And we wanted to point out that it's not only an effective mitigation tool, but it's also critical to these ecosystems that have evolved alongside cultural burning practices for thousands of years. So in 1850, when California became a US state, cultural burning was actually banned as a wildfire management practice out of a fear of all fire in the West and a systemic rejection of indigenous knowledge. And so this long-term policy preference for fire suppression over working with fire has actually resulted in more and more devastating fires burning both wild and developed lands. So the graph on the right here shows the cumulative number of acres of the wildland-urban interface that have burned since 1979. And the wildland-urban interface is areas where the forest meets developed areas. And so as there has been this worsening damage to developed communities, this has cemented a deep-seated fear of fire, which has created more friction in the expansion of cultural and prescribed burning practices, despite the mounting evidence that we need to be returning to these practices on a larger scale. So, compounding this problem is something called the rural death spiral, which sounds very dramatic, because it is. So essentially, as wildfire risk continues to go up, homeowners in the wildland-urban interface are increasingly facing the risk of not only their homes burning down, but also their communities and local economies collapsing. So basically, what this diagram shows that as wildfire risk increases, these largely rural areas are faced with higher insurance rates and subsequently lower property values. And when property values decrease, tax revenue for local governments decreases as well. And so that means less funding to pay for wildfire risk mitigation, firefighting, and other critical services. So this phenomenon can lead to the collapse of these communities as people begin to move away out of fear of wildfire, along with economic and financial stress. So in this project, the problem we're seeking to address with our financial tool is not just the wildfires, but also the mismanagement of wild lands, the lack of indigenous agency in forest management, and the economic and social losses that are faced by the rural communities that are most at risk.
So we're finding that indigenous communities, they have the solutions to stop this rural death spiral. The problem is finding the funding for these projects. And so while Prop 4 did open up some additional state funding for these projects, obviously, you know, with the federal landscape, there's definitely been some budget cuts, right? And so here we have 2.5 million acres of California's forest land under state programs. That is only a fraction of the 31 million acres of total forest area. So there's definitely a huge opportunity to fund more of these programs. And so this is the opportunity that we found, essentially, is we can fill that gap between the public funding and some of the philanthropy that's out there through this bond by supporting partnerships such as the Sierra Institute's High Road Training Partnership. So we're going to talk a little bit more about what a bond is so that we're all on the same page here. So what is a green bond? So similar to another kind of bond, a treasury bond, right? This is a long-term fixed income debt instrument. A green bond specifically is going to be funding an environmentally beneficial project. And so being on the more stable end of the investment products, this is something that is typically favored by institutional investors, mutual funds, ETFs, that kind of thing. However, this specific project, as we're going to get into later, has some intricacies that showed us that we actually might need to change our approach there. And so this is our investment thesis, okay? So we have our Good Fire Green Bond in the middle here, right? This is funding indigenous fire mitigation crews, okay? And then the principle of that comes in with this grant funding, right? Where the bridge funding, once the program is implemented and that grant funding is distributed, we're able to pay back our investors. And we're able to generate these returns through credits, things like carbon credits, water reclamation credits, right? And this is how we're able to generate those returns so that our investors are able to see a profit from that and also be able to reinvest in the next version of this. And so as a part of our investment thesis, we are mapping these impacts to the United Nations Sustainable Development Targets. So specifically these four, we found life on land, decent work and economic growth, climate action, and sustainable cities and communities. And so really this was the thesis here, is that we're able to support a lot of different areas of impact through this project by working directly with indigenous communities.
So we're going to get into some numbers. I apologize in advance, but I'll be brief, I promise. So our original model on the left-hand side here was built for the purposes of this case competition, really trying to compete with more traditional investor returns. So our initial bond modeled a 9% return rate, some pretty aggressive and nicely inflated revenue projections, and a $50 million scale that was designed really to appeal to like more mainstream capital. And when we revisited this model in preparation for this presentation, we had quite a big aha moment, courtesy of PGS, and realized that in trying to speak to this more traditional investor language, we ended up with some assumptions that we couldn't really stand behind in hindsight. So we took a minute to actually rebuild this model, more deeply grounded in sort of the goals and the impact thesis of this project. So where we've landed now is an updated $5 million pilot project, still a 20-year bond that's targeting about 1,500 acres of private forest land in Northern California. Updated IRR of 6% that reflects some much more honest economics, and investors that participate, importantly, kind of still earn that guaranteed 8% annual coupon that's covered by our operating cash flow. So we think this is pretty fair compensation, especially for more patient and mission-aligned capital that we'd likely be targeting with this updated structure. Our tribal allocation element of the bond underwent kind of one of the biggest shifts in particular when we updated this model. Our initial pitch was sort of a more discretionary allocation of any excess cash flow from the project to tribal communities, and we updated this to be a guaranteed 1% annual payout, so $50K a year. And this shift is a pretty big value statement for us, I think, in terms of who this project is meant to serve, as this allocation is going to go directly to tribal nations and will support indigenous-led wildfire stewardship, a dedicated funding stream really to support the ecological knowledge and the prescribed burning capacity that, as Olivia mentioned, is pretty required for healthy forests. This is also going to strengthen sort of the long-term social license to operate of this bond. It's aligning on some growing state-level interest in tribal co-management. More numbers. So this table walks through sort of a full 20-year picture of money in and out. Revenue comes from primarily carbon credits, water quality improvement, and timber sales, and there's some like grant and subsidy layered on top of that as well. The mix grows significantly over time to reflect more mature forest land and, fingers crossed, an expanding ecosystem credit market. So our total revenue projection over 20 years is at $47 million. On the cost side, heaviest upfront while we're doing the most active restoration work and implementation, so the actual prescribed burning and forest treatment accounts for the lion's share of the estimated $32 million in total costs. After our initial deployment phase, you can see costs stabilize quite a bit, allowing our model to become increasingly profitable over time. And total investor return is $6.4 million. That's the 8% interest plus principal back at the end of 20 years. And our tribal allocation runs parallel to that, so $50,000 a year, totaling about $800,000 over the life of the bond. Again, this is a guaranteed line item, so not dependent on how well the project performs in any given year. Our model is cash flow positive after year 5 and grows steadily. Net income doubles from about $4 to $8 million by the final period, and that 8% coupon is covered by that operating income. I think one of the trickier conversations for us in structuring this bond, especially in our first iteration, is trying to convince investors to accept a below market rate return in exchange for an environmental impact, and then asking them to knock off an additional percentage point on top of that for like additional social impact is a real sticking point, to say the least. So we landed on this 1% tribal allocation as a meaningful allocation without becoming like a total deal breaker for investors. I'd say is also particularly attractive to more impact-oriented investors, and maybe has a little room to scale with the ESG-minded folks we'd be targeting for this updated model. Again, a formal obligation in the bond model starting at year 5. That's the same time that investors receive their first coupon payment. So Indigenous communities are not necessarily waiting for investor capital to be paid back. They're seeing impact at the same time. I think we are particularly proud of that degree of parity in the model. It separates this as we feel a more genuine impact structure versus like a more greenwashed opportunity, and is the type of governance detail that we'd hope some of our target ESG-focused LPs would be paying attention to.
So we wanted to have a visual representation of what the impact of that 1% for tribal funds would do. So this map is showing the T's in the black circle are tribal lands, and those are directly in, or mostly in, the areas of very high fire hazard, which are indicated by the darker red shading. By investing a proportion of the bond into grants, tribes who are interested in rematriation and land management autonomy are able to increase their capacity to conduct cultural burning on their ancestral lands. By facilitating this tribal management of private forest lands, the impact on reducing wildfire risk is not only compounded, but this can also help take steps to return land back to tribal nations, a project that is long overdue. So we got some really great feedback from the judges after we submitted to this competition. We scored extremely high in our creative and systemic solution to wildfire management. We would not be Presidio students if we did not do the systems level thinking very well. And this validated that this problem is real and solutions are important. As Kate had previously mentioned, the judges pushed back on the reliance on credits, the long timeline, the lack of an exit provision, and whether we could really get institutional investors on board with allocating the 1% for tribal funds. So reflecting on this process, the judges were absolutely correct on all of their feedback of why this bond would not work for institutional investors. We stretched the possibility of the credit market because we were trying to generate those large returns that institutional investors expect. Our timeline is long because the time it takes for forests to mature and grow is long and not aligned with the fast returns that investors expect. We also, as we said, wanted to stay true to our values and commitment to focus this project on more than just involving Indigenous groups into wildfire management, but also fund a way to broaden the reach by providing a mechanism for more Indigenous land management and ownership. That strong values alignment and value-centered investment decisions could not be translated into dollar returns. So this is really at the heart of what we learned. When you put a traditional and institutional investor next to patient capital, next to a forest, the mismatched timeline is very clear. A traditional investor wants out in 3 to 5 years, and the timeline of a forest growth is 500 to 2,000 years. We have been designing financial solutions around the wrong timeline for a very long time. Now, we understand that we cannot wait 500 years for financial returns, but what we're arguing is that impact investing and patient capital aren't niche or charitable. They're actually the only financial logic that makes sense for long-term ecological problems. Our current financial systems prioritize our dollar today over our dollar tomorrow, and unfortunately, that thinking has landed us in the poly crisis that we're in today. So there are 3 challenges that we want to focus on when we're looking at these financial systems. First is that we need to support and expand the impact investors who are championing patient capital. Those timelines are much more aligned with the resilient and sustainable projects that we need. Second, we need to challenge the expectations for traditional investment portfolios. Quarterly returns as primary motivation incentivizes monetary metrics over all other metrics. And finally, values-aligned investing can no longer be a nice to have, but it must be necessary for a project and investment's survival. So, to conclude, there's a lot that has changed since we first built this. The federal government has pulled back dramatically, Forest Service jobs are cut, wildfire funding is rescinded, and tribal IRA funding is gutted. The public safety net for wildfire prevention is shrinking in real time. But there's also a lot that hasn't changed. The forests still need to burn. Indigenous communities still hold centuries of knowledge about how to do it right. Green bonds are still a proven, stable financial tool. And our investment system is still fundamentally misaligned with the scale and the pace of environmental need. Our incredible finance professor, Casey, taught us on day one of our finance class that money has power, that we are all investors, and we are all shareholders. We might not have $100,000, which was our minimum investment for our green bond, especially after a lot of us has finished grad school. But the people here today have money in banks, retirement funds, and other investment accounts. It is important to ask ourselves, is our money going to areas that are aligned with our values? It might feel impossible to change years of institutional investment strategy, but we can start with a grassroots effort to make sure our money is patient, is values aligned, and is put towards projects that are creating a better world and economy for all to thrive. We thank you so much for your time today, and I think we're going to start our panel discussion.
Yes, so please feel free to take a seat, students. We're going to have Josh come back up as well, and we're going to invite our Presidio faculty chair, Marcia Willard, to come up and ask a few questions. Sorry, I'm going to cover this for you. Marcia, I think there's also been a request, and maybe I'll put you on the spot and you can decide if you want to answer it or let the students answer it. What is a polycrisis? We've heard that a couple times. We all know. I don't know that the audience knows.
I will defer to our students.
Josh, you said it first.
A polycrisis is a collection of wicked. Oh, thank you, Kate. Is it on?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
A polycrisis is a collection of wicked problems. So wicked problems are things that we need to solve within society where the complexity is greater than any one person's ability to fully understand. And so the polycrisis is essentially a collection of these different issues. So if you think about water, you think about resiliency, you think about carbon, agriculture, think about affordability. All of these different systems interact with each other, but it's essentially a hyperobject, right? Like it's larger than our brains are able to take. And the other issue with a polycrisis is that there's a time function there where as we work on solutions, the problem itself actually changes. So there's a high degree of adaptability that's needed as well. Is that right, Marcia?
Yeah. We let you graduate. Yeah, well done. Okay, so first want to say, you guys make us proud. Yeah. We're happy to have you go out in the world and do the good work. This is, the collection of these two presentations I think is sweet because it kind of gets to the heart of where our business program meets what the world needs. And it's often said that we would save humanity, but it just doesn't pencil out, right? And so we continually challenge students to figure out how can you make this business case for sustainable actions, knowing that we have to move into the system as it's operating now and start to adjust it rather than being the screaming outsiders. Yeah, there is a very sweet, not sweet, it's actually kind of a problematic tension between the current thinking about what investments should return to people, and this notion of slow money or patience, and looking beyond just the immediate cash return to the multiple benefits that can be derived from social impact investment. So I would put it to you, where do you think that line should be drawn? Do you see it moving? How can we help change the thinking about what investment money should do? Go. Yeah, that's what.
Should I start and you guys can? Yeah, I think one thing that's really challenging is this timeline of return. One thing that really doesn't work in infrastructure and the built environment is sort of the speed of venture capital, right? Like a venture capitalist wants a fund duration of about 7 years, but I think the timeline to achieve the returns on the scale of buildings and on the scale of infrastructure is a lot longer than that. If you think about software, software is kind of like a blowtorch, right? It burns hot, but it burns fast. If you think about solutions in the built environment, you know, we've had cast-in-place concrete for 150 years. Mass timber came around in the 90s. Like, these solutions need a longer incubation period for them to reach maturity. And I think the shorter timelines, especially on the VC side, is a real hurdle to getting things out in the market, getting things tested, and getting the majority of the industry to be okay with the risk profile, right? Nobody wants to be the first. Some people want to be the first second. Some people want to make sure that a solution is like completely done and dusted and vetted before they're going to go down that path. So it's like, how, as we think about impact finance, how can we essentially encourage like long-term and patient capital? I think there's a lack of the specific sort of like mechanisms or instruments that are in this space, and it's a work in progress.
There's something counterintuitive in that, because investment in the built environment has a long time. I mean, buildings stand for 50 to 100 years. Do developers not understand that?
Well, I think it's a good differentiation, Marcia. I think there's a difference between investing in the necessary R&D to see some of these emerging solutions get through sort of what we call the valley of death as they're moving from conception to market deployment. So there's a difference between that and like investing in a one-off project, a one-off building. But even the buildings, like a lot of the terms for your initial cap stack, it's only 10 years, and then you need like a refi event. You either need to sell the property or create a new funding structure.
Wow.
So yeah, I think speed, like the timeline and speed is something which we need to be thinking about.
Interesting. Anybody else want to, from your project perspective?
Go down the line. Yeah, no, Josh nailed it. I would underscore the risk element in particular. Like, we share a housing background, and I think about that all the time. Industrialized construction is a very solid example of this, where like other countries have been able to figure it out primarily because a lot of government and private philanthropy has been willing to put up the capital expenditure required to just I like move fast and break things and mess up and just keep iterating, and it doesn't, our more Western culture struggles with that sometimes, I think, especially in the like financing world of being comfortable with failure. So that's an element of it as well.
To try and have, there are a few examples of solutions where different entities have invested into long-term projects. CalPERS and CalSTRS, which is a pension fund for California public employees, have net zero goals. I think they're supposed to be net zero by their investments by 2050. And they have invested in infrastructure projects that have a 10 to 20 year timeline. And so they are one of the biggest pension, I think they're top 5 in the world maybe. But I think that takes that forward thinking and that value-based alignment, is that CalPERS and CalSTRS has so much, again, we're talking about money as power, has a lot of power, and they are able to, they've actually been able to interact with a number of their investments and ask them to take steps to become more sustainable. And so I think, like, it's a little bit tricky, but we need to have that visionary leadership and that values-based leadership at a lot of these big pension funds, so that we can say, you know, as we're talking about the first movers, we say, okay, well, CalPERS and CalSTRS are able to do this. Why can't we? They've proven it. They've proven the model. They're doing it they're intentionally. You know, they've got a long timeline to get to 2050, but they're making moves in the right direction.
Cool. Building on that, they gave me a set of questions, and I think I'm freelancing a little bit here. But building on that, both you may hate me. Both of you talked about how the current thinking, our mental models about things, drive these decisions, and not necessarily logically so, just because we're kind of stuck in there. So, you know, one of the things you talked about in the Green Bond project is that we just discount the indigenous wisdom, and for whatever reason, and that didn't come from us, so we don't value it. And the notions about how buildings get built and how they're used. So I don't know, this is a tough question, but can you speak to the kinds of things that the mental models you see that are holding us in this dysfunctional spot, and what we should be, how we should be looking about these issues?
Yeah, I think one thing that's coming to mind for me is, you know, a lot of the traditional institutional investors, you know, they have this fiduciary duty, right? And the way that is often interpreted is profit over everything. And I think a big reframe for me is that a lot of these slower, more patient capital catalytic types of projects, there can be a lot of stability in that. And that can actually support this fiduciary duty in a lot of ways, where if, you know, if we're focused on quarterly, we're focused on 5-year time horizons, there's actually a lot of volatility in that. And so, you know, a well-managed fund is going to have those longer-term, more stable investments alongside those higher risk investments, depending on the risk profile of that particular product. And really driving home that this reduces that volatility in a really truly systemic way, right? There's these downstream effects that's going to affect all of the other components in that system, and being able to make the case from a de-risking perspective.
Well, that's a really excellent point, Kaya, because, you know, when you talk to investor management people, you have the high risk, potentially high return investments, and the lower risk, lower return, and that there should be a place for that lower risk, lower return, and more patient money. Yeah. So maybe that model is out there, and we just need to leverage it a little harder. How about for you, Josh, in terms of why are we? I mean, there is the model about I want to get rich quick, right? But I kept thinking during your presentation, why are not developers excited or would be very interested in what you're offering because of the upfront savings and the potential for getting cheaper money, you know, in terms of funding their projects?
I love this question. I'm asking myself the same question quite often. I feel like it kind of, again, goes back to mental models and like what's worked in the past. I feel like with a lot of developers, you know, it's a risky business. And so when you find a formula that works, you tend to want to repeat that formula. And I think a lot of the incumbents, like the larger incumbents, I think that they have the right value system, but I think that there's basically fear around trying new things. And I think in order to really move the needle, what we're talking about is creating new business models, new business strategies. And what gives me hope is I see a younger cohort of newer developers who are interested in trying new things. Some of them are actually in this room. And I think that the younger cohort is interested in combining expertise in new ways. So a lot of these younger developers are not just real estate developers in the traditional sense, but they will combine design or development and construction. And so trying to think through how can we, from a business design standpoint, how can we structurally change the value proposition inside of the company, and then how does that company interact with policy? How does it interact with partners? So I think like a lot of it goes to the flexibility and the willingness of like crafting new companies.
You know, you also make me think, particularly in your case, in your project, that some of the new technologies are intimidating, because if it's supposed to last for 30 years, who knows? And the people that build them don't know how to work with those materials. And yeah, so you do need some courageous leaders to.
Yeah, and I think you touched on the learnings. I think another barrier which we're thinking about, which we ought to be thinking about, is workforce development, right? Like, exactly, right? Because like we need the people who are going to do the stuff, you know. And if it's a completely new system, we need to train up a new group of folks who can operate on that system.
Well, that'll be part of the program you designed for Jennifer. So what's next? If you guys could wave a magic wand, what would you love to see the next best step toward the vision that you are expounding here?
If anybody has $5 million, we'll take it.
Proof of concept.
I think, and this kind of speaks to the last question as well, thinking about mental models for investment. I think we're all so trained to think only about the financial, like the direct financial returns from an investment or a project, but thinking about investing in forest management to prevent wildfires, there's so many more like returns or positive impacts that are harder to quantify and harder to see like on a balance sheet. And so getting more people thinking beyond just like that 8% return that's going back in their pocket, but the other larger positive impact that also is having a positive economic impact as a whole, but it's much harder to quantify and see. So that's a big hope, but getting more people thinking that way.
Again, want to reiterate that I really, really restrained myself from saying this in the presentation, but I'll say it now. Put your money where your mouth is. And so if you want, like, I mean, again, we all are investors. We all have the ability to put our money in places that will be loaning out for our own values. We'll make sure that we're not funding things that we don't want to fund. And again, it can feel very intimidating when we are talking about these very large mental models and these very ingrained mental models and these wicked problems. You know, we're not going to go up against the traditional institutional investors, at least yet, but as a grassroots effort to make sure that our money is working for us in the way that we want it to be is a step that we can all take in this room today.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I would follow up with, on one hand, it feels like we have too many convenings, right? Like there's Green Build, there's Climate Week stuff, like there's just so much happening all the time. But I also think that the flavors of the current convenings are chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, and what we need is Neapolitan. Like I think what ends up happening is like at AIA stuff, there's like architects talking to other architects, and it's like an echo chamber. ULI stuff, it's like real estate developers talking to other developers. That's valuable, and definitely there needs to be a place for that. But I wonder, a curiosity that I have is like, do we have a lack of forums where true cross-pollination between disciplines can happen? people who are thematically aligned on values, but just bring different sort of sources of expertise. And it feels like, at least in New York City, like that doesn't exist as much as it should.
Yeah, that sounds kind of doable. I mean, there's a growing trend in industry collaboration across, the Sustainable Packaging Coalition and those kinds of things. We have to solve the systemic problems together, or we'll suboptimize all of us. Interesting. I think we still have a few more minutes, so maybe we could open it up to, got one in the back. Do you want to run the mic?
Yeah.
So how do we integrate with the fire environment? We get the hot burns. We get hydrotrophic soils that do not absorb water, and we get the mass flooding afterwards. Ruidoso, New Mexico, the Million Acre burn up in the northern part of my home state in New Mexico. So there's got to be a way to measure the soft economic plus of doing the regular burns. Like in our business, we talk about $1 invested in retrofitting a building saves $13 in disaster recovery, not even talking about the value of the structure being retained and maybe increasing. So the asset. So how do we work together with this program to find the data and extrapolate it and create the policy papers that would integrate the benefits of the prescribed burns, indigenous burns, with that urban interface fire area that would not burn, and so those properties are saved, and then the insurance values don't have to be so high to, I'm just extrapolating, so thanks.
Well, one of our mentors for this case competition is Zach Knight, who's the CEO of Blue Forest. And we kind of really stole this model from them, sorry. But they are like we iterated it, but they have very similar models in practice of like forest restoration. And they have a partnership with like local municipal water districts and are getting paid for water quality improvement. So that's like an interesting precedent. And we modeled that in our bond, but it was very challenging to find data on that because it's quite a new concept. But I think that's a very compelling argument. Like a big challenge for us was trying to figure out in this bond how to make land make money. And that's an interesting opportunity of getting paid for the quality improvements you're making that impact that wildland urban interface. You have a good example from Wisconsin, don't you, Elena? Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
I'm scared because my dad worked on that, and he's here, so if I don't say it correctly, then we were just talking about this, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewer District has been buying up abandoned asphalted areas and converting them into green spaces. An issue in Wisconsin is with flooding and at the convergence of 3 rivers and a lake. If you don't have that soil to absorb all that water, you have more waste, you have more trash going into the sewer system, sewer backs up, it gets into Lake Michigan. We don't want to drink that water, we don't want that in our waterways. And so that actually, because I think our models was from DNR, Wisconsin DNR price point in our assumptions on how to quantify that. And I think I have also kind of like pushback to that too is, and I think you all will appreciate this in the adaptability, is like how much data do we actually need to know that we need to move this way forward? And like we can't be waiting for all that. I think we need data. Better data can make the sales case better, can make the investment case better. But we also, while we're waiting and we're working on the data, we know that this is a good investment from that values alignment as well.
Jennifer Madden, Dean, School of Business and Society. I love this. And honestly, Elena, your thought process is razor sharp because the pension funds, the TIA CREF, those are the nodes to look at. Also, I imagine what it might look like to connect with the more resource tribes because they have the access to capital that could invest in this sort of bond. And thinking about younger people, how they invest is very different than, than before. And I would explore insurance companies. There's a wealth of resources as you come out with viable solutions. I think it's there. You have the components, but pull on those threads where you can really impact the fabric.
Oh, all the way on the other side, sorry.
Yeah, I think this was a great discussion. I'm kind of curious, though. I was at a meeting, and the head of the Global Environment Facility was talking about how private money flows to where there's a return on investment. And unfortunately, that means things that most need investment will not get funded. And so I kind of wonder, to generate better returns for tribes, especially those that are not federally recognized or under-resourced, if it might be worth pivoting to a public bond. 2024, California passed Prop 4, which was $10 billion to resource projects, and so there's definitely a voter will there.
Yeah. No, yeah, we really love that. I think, one of the important things that we were thinking about with this project was, obviously, power follows money, and so a project that ultimately, we're trying to benefit all of us who are affected by wildfires, but especially the indigenous communities. And so to bring together what both of y'all were saying, making sure the ownership piece of that, who's holding that bond, is representative of the people who are being benefited by that. And I think these are two really great mechanisms to do that, the public bond model and also integrating the better resource tribes. So I really appreciate that.
Other side. Sorry, it's important because we are recording and live streaming, so we want to capture these good questions.
Hello. If I wanted to participate in the grassroots movement of putting my money where my mouth is, where do I begin doing that?
Okay, Kai is answering that question. Where do you begin doing that? I think there's a lot of different ways you can begin doing that depending on how you are interfacing with the financial system personally. I think for a lot of us, the way we integrate with the financial system is we have a 401k and we have a target date fund. And depending on where you work, you might be able to have the option to put that into a sustainable product, a managed sustainable product. One project I did earlier this semester, there's not always a lot of transparency around what is making up those products. And this idea of having like a nutrition fact label around not just financial products in general, but specifically sustainability financial products to make sure that the impact is matching the intention around that. And so, yeah, so for those of us, there's definitely things you can do and things that you might be able to do in the future by being really vocal about what you want and what you expect. And so some of those, that data, that transparency type stuff, those often are going to be more like public solutions. So that's going to be things like, okay, let's make sure the people who are writing the regulations over at the SEC also want to have this visibility for, again, everyday people, retail investors. If that's not you, if you are the person in the room who has $5 million to make this happen, there's a lot of other things you can do. Of course, put your money where your mouth is, but also I think really important is shareholder activism, and that is something that has gotten more and more difficult as it's gotten more and more popular, as folks are getting wise to the strategies. And so, yeah, if you are someone who has more options as to where you're putting your investments. Maybe you've taken that 401k and you're now working with a financial advisor. Finding people who are really passionate about shareholder advocacy and working with those people so that they can advocate on your behalf, I think is really important as well.
I'll add one more thought is be intentional about where you're banking. This is one of my summer goals, 2026, when I have more free time. But there are, and I was just at a conference where there's a number of banks that were are B Corp banks, and so they are specifically focused on that transparency, on lending out to your community. Specific banks have very stringent policies where they will not lend out to fossil fuels, they will not lend out to defense contractors, and like so on and so forth. And so that is, when you have your money in a bank, you're like, I don't know where it's going to. And they give you a report, some of these banks give you a report on like, here's where you're funding. Because it's very difficult if you're not doing like a Kickstarter or GoFundMe to get your money back in your own community without just spending money at a local business. But yeah, I would add banking. I don't know if Josh has any other.
Ooh, that was a pitch for a Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is alumni fund. I was going to say, just for the recording, Dean Madden is going to seed fund us. Yeah, one more question? One more? We've got a little time.
Yeah, my other question is, I deal with this fire issue quite a bit. And part of the issue, in addition to fire suppression, is the aggressive expansion of the WUI over the years. And so it kind of creates an inflated area of property destruction because the WUI just keeps growing. And so I wonder, did you guys look at engaging with like insurance companies to create incentives for, one, not developing the WUI further, and two, to have the insurance companies either help finance such a bond or provide incentives to invest in such a bond?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. WUI is the wildland urban interface. So that is, as it sounds, the area where the wildland and the forest meets developed land. Incredibly high risk for wildfire there. Yes, this project spanned a serious hyperfixation for me about fire and insurance. So I did a project for econ actually just this past semester to dig a little bit more into the insurance question and conversation. And we also tapped into it a little bit when we were thinking about who might invest in the original iteration of this bond. In California specifically, definitely we have a massive crisis of private insurers leaving the market. A big piece of that is like existing California state law that kind of keeps them from being able to properly price forward-looking insurance. So like the short of it is that the premiums are not really correctly reflecting how dangerous it is to develop in the WI. So there's like some economic mechanisms that if we adjusted, they would probably deter some of that wildland urban development. And then there's also probably some more incentives there to play around with. But I think it's an interesting question. My opinion, nobody asked for, but like the California insurance market is on the verge of collapse. Like it's very, very, very bad. So we should figure something out. Hot take, yeah. No, anybody else? Yeah.
Going to break for lunch, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. We have an hour. We're gonna come back right at 1:15 and do a little exercise after lunch. We also have a student who is going to be sharing a bit of a demonstration outside rather than a presentation. So Al Park is ready to chat with you. He's waving about his project. He is unbelievably passionate about sustainable transportation, and he also has a startup that he will be demonstrating for you out there, so make sure you stop by and chat with Al and hear about what he's got going on. There are box lunches on the table outside. Feel free to eat outside, inside. Please be aware of some of the dietary descriptions on the box lunches. We do have vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free, all these things. There are a few people who I know need gluten-free, for example, so definitely choose based on what your needs are. Help yourselves, and we'll come back in 1 hour. Thank you all. Yeah, there we go. All right, we've still got some folks outside chit-chatting, but we're going to go ahead and get started as they make their way in. Thank you all. I hope you had a good lunch and some lovely chats. We are going to have 2 more sets of presentations this afternoon. But before we jump into presentations, we're going to take a minute and have just a little bit of a community check-in. In this theme of unconference, we want to just take a minute and see from you all as the audience, what's something that challenged your thinking this morning, maybe that you heard? What is something that you didn't know before or was kind of unexpected? And did you have any kind of questions coming out of this morning? So we'll start with this, any of those questions. But if anyone has a, like, this challenged me or this was new to me, we'd love to hear your experience.
Thank you. Yeah, I loved the first talk on archetypes, and it also was really challenging to me because I'm used to blending ideas together and thinking in full systems, and it was useful and also difficult to separate it out again, creating tension between different priorities and values and really seeing them separate and discrete again was helpful to think about conceptually and then also to play around with. It's going to be fun to think about that as I continue to move forward with this work.
We're trying to wake you up after your lunch. This is intentional. We have coffee and tea. Who else had an aha challenge? Elizabeth.
This is not new in any way, and I fortunately had the pleasure of knowing Casey for a long time, but the quote you attributed to Casey, that money is power, I think that's so important to keep in the room.
Vote with your ballot, vote with your dollar. Oop, there's one.
Well, on Nan's talk, when we did the survey, I came out as a reliever. And I didn't hear anybody else in the room who was a reliever, so I just wonder if there's anybody else who can say, I'm a reliever. Yay! Thank you, fellow reliever. Woohoo!
Now she's gonna match your $5,000.
Love it. Any other bits? Yes, please.
Okay, my husband and I came here, obviously, to support our daughter. We knew we were going to be impressed. We had no idea our minds were going to be blown by, no, seriously, we were just talking about this. It is just so impressive, what everyone's presentation, their depth of knowledge, and I love how they've grown and how they recognize the fact that, hey, we learned a lot in this past year. So we are more than impressed, and you all should be so proud.
We're going to get the tears going, and it's not even commencement day yet. Any other ahas, challenges? We're going to lean into silence. I think there's a couple more out there. How about from this table? These are students, they're used to being cold called on. Anything? Yeah.
Well, this audience as a presenter has been amazing. So shout out to everyone here for all of your engagement and eagerness to talk about these topics. And I know Shay had a great question for Josh earlier, or comment for Josh. So even the feedback that we've been getting as presenters, has been really helpful because we will take this potentially further after this. So your input today is really helpful and appreciated.
All right, we're going to do one more from this side of the room. Prepare yourselves, tables. Who's got one more aha or challenge? Yes.
I think we all know that our financial systems are designed to benefit the wealthy few. But when Josh mentioned that affordable housing was more expensive to build than luxury housing, that drove that point home. So that was an aha moment.
That's a good one. Okay, last call. Any other thoughts, questions, ahas, or challenges? All right, well, let's jump back in. Thanks for warming up again with me there and checking in. We are now going to jump in again to our last two groups of presentations of the day. Our first group is going to be presenting on designing infrastructure for people and planet, looking at people-focused electricity grid planning, and then cleaning up the air in El Monte, California. So we're going to start by welcoming Charlotte to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying for the afternoon session. My name is Charlotte Thomason. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota in electrical engineering, and as of tomorrow, I will have an MBA in sustainable solutions from Presidio. For the last 6 years, I have been working in grid planning and renewable energy development. And today, I want to share with you some of the things that I've noticed over that time and what I've learned at Presidio about how this can help make us make the grid truly a public good that serves the needs of everyone. So I want to start out on a bit of a somber note and take you all back to 2021, when Winter Storm Uri hit the southeastern United States. It was one of the most devastating storms in US history, with some of the most potent impacts in Texas. Texas saw some of the coldest conditions in over 30 years. The storm broke records for freezing temperatures and ice and snow accumulation. The Texas grid operator, ERCOT, ordered about 20,000 megawatts worth of rolling blackouts to prevent total grid collapse. And that is the largest manual load shedding event in US history. Families experience blackouts anywhere from a few hours to days at a time. Over $195 billion in damage, which makes this figure the costliest natural disaster in Texas history. And at least 246 people lost their lives in freezing temperatures with no heat or electricity, burst pipes, and water and food shortages caused thousands of people to lose their lives. And the majority of those people were in underserved communities. They lacked proper insulation, backup generators, space heaters, or other infrastructure that wealthier communities would have allowed them to be supported throughout the storm. So what made Winter Storm Uri so bad? The storm itself was unprecedented, but several conditions added up to make this storm result in these extreme outcomes. First, ineffective emergency procedures meant that the rolling blackouts were frequently not rolling. They kept largely wealthier communities' power online, while lower income communities lost power, as you saw, for days at a time. And this wasn't due to damaged infrastructure, but instead, those were families that were meant to be included in these rolling blackouts to have power every few hours to keep their house warm, but they were not included in them. And then ERCOT didn't have weather-related safety requirements on their energy infrastructure as is required in many other parts of the country, and including other parts of the South. And that includes heating elements on wind turbines and insulation on gas pipelines to ensure that this doesn't happen, that we have adequate energy throughout times of crisis. And then finally, Texas was and continues to be incredibly isolated from the rest of the country, which means that there's no way to transfer power in and out of the state. So Winter Storm Uri happened the second month at my first full-time job working at a grid operator. At that time, I was working in generator retirements and evaluating the technical ramifications of power plants retiring. I remember that second month, in probably the second day of the storm, I called a generator owner in Louisiana and had to tell him that he needed to cold start his coal plant that had been approved for retirement over a year ago. I immediately felt the tension that this industry would bring. How do we balance ensuring people get the power that they need to survive while also protecting the earth and protecting human lives? We need to maintain reliability to ensure that people have heating and electricity, but without clean energy, that means directly impacting human health through pollution. It shouldn't really be a question, but like many things, we've built these inequalities into the system, and it's going to take a long time to dismantle and rebuild without the system completely collapsing. So I want to take a little bit of time now to tell you all how our grid currently works. It has three main functions: generation and storage, more recently, which includes solar, wind, battery, and other renewable sources, as well as fossil fuel generators. And then we encounter a step-up transformer after we've produced power, which steps it up so we can transport it long distances. The higher the voltage, usually the farther you can transport that electricity. And then at the other end of the system, we have the step-down transformer, and that decreases the voltage so it can be transmitted to end-use customers, those 120 volts that you get from your plug at home. And then some of those are higher as they're transmitted to industrial end-use customers, and especially data centers and other larger customers are referred to as load and large load. Our grid is split into three main interconnects: the Eastern Interconnect, the Western Interconnect, and those are split down the middle, as you can see here by the Rocky Mountains. Then we also have the Texas Interconnect. As we saw in the first few slides, it is isolated from the rest of the two interconnects, which makes it extremely difficult to transfer power between these three interconnects. We can transfer power pretty well within the interconnects, but not so much from interconnect to interconnect. And as I mentioned, Eastern and Western interconnects are split by necessity of the geography, but the Texas Interconnect is split by politics. These interconnects are split into planning regions. and each region is governed by an independent system operator, or ISO. As you can see on this map, we have MISO, PJM, NISO, ISO Northeast, ERCOT, SPP, and CAISO. And then we have a few regions that are not governed by ICOs and are governed entirely by the utilities that service their end-use customers. These ISOs plan and operate the grid in real time. They study new generation and load and recommend and order new transmission projects. They also plan and execute emergency procedures under grid stress conditions. This map demonstrates an abridged version of our current authoritative landscape of the grid. FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is at the top. They guide and produce rules for ISOs, which are split into the planning regions. And then the ISOs produce rules and recommend projects for utilities and also study interconnection customers. Those are the generation and the load. And then utilities then also study interconnection customers to ensure that their smaller footprints are covered by these generators and loads. And then the State Public Utilities Commission approves new utility projects within their state and governs the rates for end-use customers. So what are the challenges that our current electricity grid is facing? You saw in the case study at the beginning some of the issues that we're seeing, but this slide really encompasses what are we dealing with right now. So the first, especially for clean energy integration, is these long interconnection queues. It causes delays for new energy projects, both clean energy and fossil fuels. And I've seen this from both sides. We have a shortage of engineers that really know how to do these studies, and so it makes it difficult within the ISOs to get these studies done on time. And as our grid grows in complexity, it becomes more and more difficult to ensure grid reliability while onboarding all of this new electricity. Second, as you saw on the previous slide, we have such distributed authority, it's often hard to know who governs a specific onboarding process, project, or reliability aspect, which leads to decision-making inconsistencies and inefficiencies in all of the processes. Third, aging infrastructure is one of the biggest issues to getting clean energy and other energy on board the current grid. Some of our electrification is still from the 1920s when we enacted the 1920s Rural Electrification Project. Going out to some of these farms, you'll see these poles that are just rotting away, and they're still working, they're still providing electricity, but when you're trying to onboard new electricity to the grid, they're not functional to be able to do that. And then we have constantly shifting legislation. As with many things in our country, as we move from administration to administration, developers, utilities, and ISOs have to adapt to new legislation. And that means new tax incentives, subsidies, rules for air pollution and clean energy. And planning a project, as with these long interconnection queues, starts 5 to 7 years before the actual enactment, which means policy could change by the time that you get this energy on the grid. And then finally, we have a series of conflicting goals from all of the stakeholders within the industry. We have clean energy, reliability, land use. All of these goals conflict, and all of these stakeholders just don't understand the big picture to be able to enact any of these solutions. So recognizing these issues is absolutely essential before we discuss any of the potential solutions, which I ask now, what is the solution? There are so many moving parts and so many issues with the grid currently. I believe that the solution starts with education. We need people within the industry and people who want to enter the industry to understand the basic functioning of our current electricity grid. If we can change the lack of education, we can build broader solutions that help benefit the grid as a whole. So, I've outlined a course for both professionals and students, which I hope to create as an open source platform for everyone to better understand the grid that serves us every day. It includes 4 key objectives to understand the US energy grid. First, the basic structure, as we've gone over today. What is the US energy grid, how it's influenced by systemic problems, and then laying a foundation for the future discussions within the class. And then next, the challenges of clean energy integration. If we are going to make a grid that's equitable for all, we need to include clean energy and make sure our grid is not also harming human health in the process. And then we need to figure out how to address the current aging infrastructure and how the government consistently fails to implement new transmission projects and upgrade and modernize our current infrastructure to be able to uphold that grid of the future. And then finally, as I'll discuss on the next slide, I'm gonna talk about stakeholder collaboration, really bridging the divide between stakeholders and being able to develop multi-sector energy solutions. So the culminating activity of this course is called Grids and Gigawatts, which is a play on Dungeons and Dragons. With this activity, I hope to integrate the knowledge that we've gained throughout the class with hands-on collaboration. I actually executed this game for my capstone project at Presidio. And thought it was very successful. I got a lot of really good feedback, and I think it will be even more successful in a class full of grid experts. It'll teach that stakeholder engagement that we need to collaborate across the industry, involving all parties, ensuring the diverse needs of all of the stakeholders are met so we can really create those sustainable solutions. And then beyond engagement, it also facilitates multi-sector solution building. Collaborating across these sectors fosters innovative and adaptable solutions to energy system challenges. And actually, we will do an abridged and adapted version of this game, which encompasses me and my partner's presentation next, and you'll see as some of those get distributed around the tables, just a little sneak preview of what we'll be doing afterwards. So what's next? What is the vision for the grid of the future? For me, it centers on 3 areas. 1, educated energy professionals who really understand how the grid works and how each stakeholder's goals integrate into the grid that we're trying to build for the future. We want more multi-stakeholder and multi-sector solutions and a whole industry advocacy for greater investment in infrastructure build-out. Thank you so much. I'd love to take any questions that you all have. What's the course called? People-centered grid planning.
No, it was Grids and Gigawatts.
Grids and Gigawatts is the culminating activity of the course.
Okay, got it.
Very nice talk, Charlotte. I have many questions for you, but I'm going to ask this one. Have you ever looked at the circumstances in other countries to see what works there and what could be applied here?
I have a little bit, and I actually studied in Nicaragua in undergrad, where they're building out their clean grid basically from scratch. And it's a lot easier in some of those developing countries to build a modern grid because they're starting from scratch. And in terms of other countries that has a similar grid build out to us, in Europe, what has been working for them is smaller integrated microgrids to maintain reliability. So we have those 3 large interconnects, right? And because they have much smaller countries, they're able to facilitate these smaller grids that each run on their own renewable energy supply and then can be disconnected from the rest of the grid, so you don't have those cascading outages. And that's what some of the infrastructure build out in especially natural disaster prone regions where, for example, after Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, they rebuilt the grid as a series of interconnected microgrids so that you can maintain that reliability even as parts of the grid go down.
My understanding is that one of the problems is the system was designed to have massive generation, send lots of energy out, and then at your substations it gets, as you said, lowered.
Correct.
And that I would think the ideal with the situation would be a more distributed energy grid. So if I have solar panels on my house, I can be sending that energy back, but it doesn't, the grid in many cases doesn't allow for that because they've been sized for lower loads.
That's somewhat true, and we are encouraging more distributed energy resources. And some of those older substations, especially in neighborhoods, don't allow fully for backflow to re-step up that energy. But a bigger issue that we've found with those distributed energy resources is, as you said, it was originally designed for these large spinning generators, which provide a different sort of support to the grid as they're spinning, and that spinning motion basically allows the electrons to flow along the lines. And so when you're doing those distributed energy resources at those substations, you need to put infrastructure that facilitates those electrons to flow along the line. And so you need to upgrade the substations in multiple different ways to allow for those distributed energy resources.
I like the game. How about data centers and how they're going to interplay, and also national electric co-ops, rural cooperatives? Just curious if that's part of if they're on the game as well too.
I mean, I work for a renewable energy company right now, and data centers are definitely on our radar. And a lot of what they're doing currently, both the data centers themselves as well as the states, they come as kind of a package deal. So many states and counties are requiring data centers to bring power with them, just because they're such a large load to onboard to the grid that really is the only way that the grid currently can facilitate those large load interconnections, is if they bring energy with them, and also, as I was saying to Marcia, upgrade the grid around them to be able to facilitate that dual flow of energy.
Okay, Jennifer Madden, Dean, School of Business and Society. I have been really thinking about building a professional advancement workforce development, sort of like training for communities. I would love to see you develop this course, and we would maybe there needs to be a Presidio channel for ideas like this, where they get in the world, because it's so important. And this kind of people-centered grid planning is important, but a 3-course could get you a certificate, so I'm just saying.
I'll come back and get that certificate if Charlotte teaches it. So what I really loved about something you said that actually connects to Josh's presentation is that in a lot of these big, wicked problems, so many people see just one section of the problem, and that it's so important to have somebody or have people who are trained in seeing so many different angles. So how do you think that more access to all those different angles will help people-centered grid production better? Or creation better?
Yeah. Well, I think as I was saying, like, it's so hard to facilitate multi-stakeholder, multi-sector solutions right now, because even the people that I talk to within my own industry don't know how the grid works, don't know that there are even this stakeholder that exists. And, you know, as we've learned at Presidio, as we've done in multiple activities at Presidio, that knowledge is just so important to be able to bring people to the table.
I'm just really curious about your note that turbine-generated power is different from other sources of power. What are the implications then for, we're seeing huge build-out of battery energy storage systems that have massive capacity. Does that require further upgrades to the substations because they're not turbine-generated power?
It's actually interesting because batteries often have that the facilitation of the electrons built into them a lot more than solar or other renewable options. As a renewable energy developer, we need to integrate that more into our battery solutions. So what we do is they're called capacitor banks, and that's what kind of facilitates and replicates that spinning generator electron flow facilitation. And so that is really part of what we need more. We need more batteries, and we need more capacitor banks to kind of facilitate that electron flow.
So the grid is this big organism with a lot of different stakeholders and a lot of different interests for those stakeholders. And so I was wondering if you want to see large change within the grid, what is the biggest motivator for that change? Where are the levers to make large scale grid change on this big organism?
I think the levers to pull are definitely from within the ISOs, because they have a lot of influence. And if we can't pull from the federal government kind of bringing the grid in, we really need to leverage those ISOs, because they're kind of pseudo-regulatory commissions, and expand those out, as I showed, to the regions that don't have them. We're kind of disconnected in that way right now, and being able to implement rules at that level that facilitate infrastructure upgrades, that facilitate clean energy integration, and whether that be, they have some really interesting products right now at the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, the one right in the middle, which is something that I used to work on, replacement projects, which facilitate green energy integration, because if you're retiring a coal plant, you don't have to go through those long interconnection queues, that you can partner with a solar developer or wind developer to replace that generation. And so I think those are the levers to pull, whether it be actual rules or business products.
Just to make a comment, I think that also other catalysts like the Paradise Valley, the Paradise Fire with Pacific Gas and Electric are stimulators for change, you know? I mean, I think that that's another pretty profound push to, you know, make a movement towards not letting that happen again as well, too. So that's just an example to put out there.
She's turned me into a mic monster. I had my original question. I think I'm Texan born and bred. I grew up in the Panhandle of Texas. I've lived for the last 40 plus years in South Texas. So during that storm, I was up in the Panhandle with my mother. And you answered my first question about that, because I could see by the grid that the grid from Oklahoma dipped down into the Panhandle. So that's why we never lost power at all during that time. But my daughter here was out at my ranch all throughout the storm too, and we never lost power at the ranch. And so I think it's part of this question that, forgive me if you already answered that, because sometimes I'm thinking about my question while you're speaking and I don't, don't catch all of that. My question about that is about the co-op, because I do have, that's what I have down there. It is a rural cooperative is what I have for my power. So why is it that that one never went out? And like I knew people in Houston that were, their power was out for weeks during that period.
Well, your co-op is likely still a utility that's part of the ISO, right? So the utilities are governed by the ISOs, and it could be that you were part of that group of utilities that were part of the rolling blackouts that never lost power, because of you were part of that kind of privileged group that never rolled through the blackouts, or it could be that that part of the grid was just well maintained and so didn't have some of those issues.
All right, I guess I'm standing up on the stool. Thanks, Em. Well, hello, everyone. Wow, this feels weird. So this is how everybody feels like. Hi, everyone. My name is Han Lei, and I will be talking to you about cleaning up the air in El Monte, California, where I am residing, and this is home. I grew up here in my teenage to adulthood years before I did the whole move away for college thing, and then came back right before the pandemic hit, and thankfully was there with my family. And I've been back ever since. Clicker. Down? Okay. Okay, so where is El Monte? So everybody knows Los Angeles County is huge. 4,000 plus square miles, and San Gabriel Valley is that dark area right there, and then, whoop, there's El Monte. So, the problem, I literally took this picture during my flight up here to Res 5 a couple of weeks ago, and you can see clearly San Francisco's mountain peaks, and then you cannot see Los Angeles mountain peak. As I was doing this project, I was like, oh my God, this is the problem. We're literally breathing this air on a daily basis, silently killing us. So mainly basin geology, the valley, we're in the valley, traffic congestion, there's a lot of diesel trucks, freight corridors, just in Los Angeles in general, industrial land use, localized and low-income neighborhoods, warehousing and distribution centers, and of course, wildfires, which is only going to worsen due to climate change impacts. And then, obviously, negative health impacts. Somebody who I recently interviewed said that living in LA is like shaving off 2 years of your life. So, Equity diagnosis. Population-wise, Almani is 102,000-ish residents, median income at 68,000, 73% low income, which is like extremely low, low, grouped all in there, and very ethnically diverse, 72% Hispanic, 18% Asian, and 7% white. So again, San Gabriel Valley, Valley Basin, traps all the pollution, and this is Almani. Sorry, it looks kind of squeezed in there. So I'm gonna show really quick the major freeways and some of the freight corridors. So this is the 605, this is the 10, that's the 710, and that's the 5, and that's the 210, and then that's the 60. Holy crud. And we're smack right in the middle of that. So all of that freight, truck, diesel, all that kicks up on a daily basis, gets trapped all up in there. So CalEnviroScreen, as most of you might know, measures air pollutants. Almani is in the red. And then they did another thing where they passed this Senate Bill 535 that measures the top 25% most polluted areas in California, and boop, there's Almani. Wait, what is it? Okay, so, and then we listed out the active non-renewable power plants around the area. So you can see all of the emitting power plants that are currently in motion right now. So more pollution kicked up. I did some digging and found this really interesting study that in a span of 20 years measured the air pollutants from 92 to 2011 and also measured the health impacts as well in children. So in collaboration, so this is USC school in collaboration with CARB and Air Quality Management District, measuring specific pollutants like NOx, ROG, SOx, PM 2.5 and PM 10, and because of stringent regulations, saw a significant decrease in emissions in a span of 20 years. So like smog checking the cars, making sure the oil refinery processes have stringent regulations to go by. So decreased by 54%, 65%, 40%, 21%, so we know regulations work. And during that time, overlapping with that study, USC measured children's lungs capacity and saw that when it was really polluted, children's lungs capacity were smaller, less efficient. And then over 20 years, things got, healthier and their lungs capacity increased. So this is pretty important research findings that proves what we kind of already know, but well planned out. So key stakeholders who I've been very grateful to have had a conversation with. City of Almonte's mayor, who used to be my high school dance advisor 20 years ago, who I was able to get into contact with and had a conversation with her a couple of weeks ago. And just to kind of confirm some of the research that I've been doing regarding this, and it seems like City of Almonte is not really focused on climate action or public health. They're prioritizing public safety right now because of the higher crime rates in the area. And then she referred me to talk to Active SGV, who she said is leading the charge with climate initiatives, and I was able to get some good information from him recently. And then SGV Council of Governments, who's actually a PGS alumni. Yep, and she's so they're like a joint power authority, and City of Almonte is part of that. So yeah, talked to Serena here from Air Revitalize. She created this technology that draws down air pollutants, which is really interesting. And these two, so from CARB, I'm planning a meeting with him, who I know him from a conference, and I don't know anybody from South Coast Air Quality Management District, so if anybody here knows anybody there, please let me know and introduce me. So Almonte's Clean Mobility Program, they do have something clean, but it's very limited. It's electric buses, 4 zero-emission buses, EV sharing, 20 shared EVs, charging stations, 14, an e-bike in partnership with the nonprofit to help low-income community be able to rent bikes. So these are very small-scale impacts that is being had right now at the moment. Collaborative regional projects, they have the Open Streets event where they close out the streets to kind of get people into getting used to riding bikes down the streets, walking, like little incremental behavior change, the e-bike voucher I mentioned, and then just bike lane planning. But that's the extent right now of climate public health initiatives for Almanian in the region. And of course, it wouldn't be a PGS event without a systems map. Thanks, Marcia. Thanks to ChatGPT. Yeah, our brains, we can process this, but it's able to pump this out in like 2 minutes. And I think that's something to be said about that, where it's able to speed up the process of our thought processes for us. So I'll just quickly dive into it. So the red area is the reinforcing loop, so also confusingly called the positive loop. So it just like keeps on reinforcing itself. So more pollution, bad health, creates more pollution. The blue is the balancing. I'm gonna get into it really quick. So reinforcing feedback loops. So R1, reinforcing feedback loop 1, is the health burden. So this is higher rates of hospitalization, higher rates of missed work days, reduced household income, likely won't be able to relocate to another area to live with better health outcomes, and then keep being exposed to pollution, and then keep getting sick. And then R2, top right, pollution levels decrease, property value, pollution levels keep increasing, it decreases property value, reduces property tax, city budget decreases, and then there's underinvestment in clean infrastructure. So how, no money to pay for it. And then R3 is no structural mitigation invested with the loss of money. So how do we do that? With balancing loops. So regulatory response loop, exactly like the study with CARB and USC did, to gradually decrease pollution. B2 is community awareness, behavior change, making sure people buy air purifiers and maintaining it so they don't get sick as easily. And then market adaptation. So if there's a demand, making sure that the city has enough funds to install more EVs. And then B4 is insurance and risk pricing, which pressures policymakers and developers to shift towards mitigation investments. Intervention points. ChatGPT listed some, and then I added some. So zero emission freight corridors, that's totally needed. And investing in green infrastructure, targeted investment in disadvantaged communities, preventative healthcare and air monitoring, stable funding, and good governance. And mainly replacing the non-renewable power plants with renewable energy sources. I'm surprised it wasn't even listed in there. ChatGPT didn't list it in there, and I'm asking why. Replacing traffic signal lights and stop signs with roundabouts actually could decrease emissions. And then wildfire prevention, which Elena, Olivia, Kaya, and Kate already has that down. So how do we do this? It seems like the theme is multi-stakeholder sector strategic partnership, which is actually one of our courses and mainly this project is based on. So thank you, Professor Nitesh Dulap. Collaborative planning early on, like the 20-year study done by CARB USC collaboration. 20 years, they planned it out. Let's do this and see how it's gonna impact the community, the children, with long-term measurements. And government as the convener, because obviously public tax dollars, obligation, and they're situated to always be thinking for the people's best interest, and they're just a partnership convening point. So I want to just quickly mention this learning from the strategic partnership class, Tony Lendrum's relationship management matrix. Super cool to really diagnose a partnership's performance level. Because when what doesn't get measured doesn't get impacted. So I kind of did this, quickly just going through this. So Almani's relationship management matrix with these partner groups so far. Air quality regulators, they're partnering and alliancing with Almani, so it's fair, but the desired future state would be to pioneer it, so then getting them to the table and really thinking about, okay, how do we build a 20-year study? And then community-based organizations like Active SGV, right now is still partnering in alliance phase of it, so really getting the community involved is a desired state of relationship level. Healthcare systems is pretty much zero. There's no really connection point at this point. And so also bringing them to the table to discuss about that. Academic institutions is basic. We want to get into pioneering and financial systems partnering, and we want to get into pioneering. So there's just a lot of pioneering to be done on a stakeholder level. And then we have to think about partnership risk stress test. What are the dynamics that's going to happen when these partnerships start actually getting to the table and talking? Funding shock scenario. What if there's not enough funding? Like, you know, we have all the ideas and the right people are at the table, but where can we get funding? So solving that problem from the get-go. Community trust breakdown. Maybe one of the entities like does something and the leadership somehow got it wrong, and then now it's just going to be like 2 steps back. So to plan as a community what to do about that. And then intra-agency gridlock, power dynamic. You know, like who's going to have decisional jurisdiction in one area, and having all of those clearly laid out so that when it comes time to like actually execute, we don't run into those things. Contractor and workforce shortage, workforce development. So how do we, you know, plan for that? Policy and political shift, like this administration, right? You know, right now we're in this administration, but 3 years later, where's that gonna go? And then data and technology solution mismatch. That's so true. Like, what if the air monitoring and like the software doesn't, you know, coalesce or something? So it's just like really thinking about how to make the impact accurate. And we could do that by building trust first. So by bringing partnerships to the table and sharing community values building, where we decide what are important values for us as each entity and what our strengths and weaknesses are, building out a partnership design and charter, which Presidians were pros because we had charters pretty much for all of our projects, and community feedback period, making sure to open up to the community so that the community has the space to chime in. Community workshops and volunteering, fun social events, accountability check-in points, stuff that we already know, but I feel like I just need to say out loud, just, you know, for a reminder. Okay, so what next? I'm just gonna continue with the stakeholder research and interviewing at this point. I just talked to the mayor a couple of weeks ago, so I got some new information. Well, I've been trying to get her on the phone, but you know how it is with politicians. So now I find myself kind of like, this is gonna be my side passion project for, you know, onward. And I've talked to Professor Dulab, and my plan is to publish this report, so I'm just gonna keep on slowly chipping at it and see where it goes, and potentially at that point get a job somewhere doing this work. And what inspired me is working at a doctor's office right now. These are my my teammates that we help the San Gabriel Valley region get to good health. And I've been working with them for 6 months, you know, just paying the bills. And my background is in green building consulting. So I was always in the environment space, not really thinking about the people aspect of it. And in a way, kind of like, darn people, you guys, we need to make the environment better. But then working at this doctor's office in the past 6 months, like really shifted my focus, seeing the amount of people coming in with coughing and asthma, like witnessing it. It made me question, like, oh my God, we need to start thinking about our human, the social aspect of cleaning up things as well. Because if we're all gonna get sick and die sooner, who's gonna actually help heal the planet? So yeah, so that's pretty much where I'm at with this, and hopefully get published in the next year or so, and we'll see where it takes me. But now I know what questions to ask, because I'm a Presidian, and who to ask. So thank you so much.
Questions?
What can I say? My last name's Rapp, so I talk for a living. So I lived in Pasadena when I was down working at the corporate credit union, and you know, we all know, or many people know, that the wildfires really, you know, kind of carved Altadena and Pasadena, which is just down the road. So I'm curious, since this is more, you know, recent, your investigations, kind of how has that interplayed the remnants of the fire and the toxic waste that it was occurred, and if you know, put that into some of your research.
Oh,
okay.
Yes. So they're finding that wildfires are even more toxic because of what is burning. Cars, appliances, like all, right? So with traffic congestion and natural gas power plants, like those are expected on a daily basis, quantifiable, but then wildfires just like, but it's very episodic, right? Because it's so seasonal. So, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. You showed a diagram where it had all the freeways and then the power plants, and it seemed like a lot of the pollution actually comes from outside of El Monte, and I'm wondering, yeah, how does that kind of get resolved, you know, from like a city level? Like, does it bubble up to the county, or, yeah?
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, because it seems like there's regional, there's CARB is the state, so California Air Resources Board. So I'm in an investigation mode with this right now, and you know, trying to find the truth in this through this research. But I wanted to start locally because being a resident there, it's just easy access, and just like, what? I know the mayor, that's weird. So, so like just really leveraging that and just having this learning moment, really, and being able to have this tool bag now with Presidian teachings. I'm just excited to kind of see like how to scale everything. Sorry, couldn't give you a better answer.
You now have a friend and partner institution at Redlands just down the road, and I know they are doing some really cool work on GIS and mapping pollution technology, so we will also follow up.
Esri.
Connections there, yes. Yeah, Esri is right there.
Yeah, so this question of how to scale this, you know, I saw in your last slide there, your next steps, you're looking to get published, looking to find a job doing this. But hearing you speak, what I'm really seeing is starting an advocacy group focused on where you live and, you know, pursuing grant funding and other ways of really just funding this project for yourself and building out your team for yourself. So Yeah, I think this is really exciting what you're doing, and I'm really encouraged by it.
Yay, thank you. I'll look into that.
My inner Dean Madden when I mentioned Redlands.
Jennifer Madden. This is amazing. Honestly, one of the most powerful slides is the second to the last one where you're in your office working with your team.
Oh.
Because that why is incredibly, it's the wind in the sails, it's the renewable energy. But I also agree that I think there's power in, like I think about the Sierra Health Foundation, who does work around health equity, justice, and partnering with one of those nonprofits that was in that network as a way to fund a project, go after dollars to fund your own position. This is the power of like grant writing. You become the architect of your own fortune, right? And building that program, designing that, and building that collaboration to go after those dollars to launch, what your research is about to tell you how to make change and impact. So honestly, again, I agree. I think your play might be a nonprofit collaborative partnership where you raise the resources to do this really critical work. And there's lots of resources available to do the work. So a both and kind of approach I think would be powerful. And I'm happy to chat and share network.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, let's go ahead and thank Han.
Oh man, I have to be short again.
Even with your beautiful heels on. And now, in follow-up to Charlotte and Han's presentation, we're going to have a little bit of a game workshop designed based off of some of the themes across their presentation. So what we're going to do first is ask everyone to stand up, because it's that time of the afternoon. Everyone stand up. And then what we're going to have you do is you can leave your stuff where it is, but we're going to ask everyone to sit at one of the 4 back tables. So we're aiming to have a table of 8 folks, as much as we possibly can. It's going to get tight for a minute. We're going to get close, and we're going to do a bit of a workshop together. So everyone move back and sit at one of those tables. And we'll take a break after this exercise, so please do take a seat, and then we'll have a break once this is done.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Han is coming around with, can everyone hear me? Okay. Han is coming around with a pack of sheets for each table. It will include an overview of the activity, what the scenario is, as well as a map of El Monte with the point source pollution sources on that map, and then there should be 8 sheets of paper, each with a roll on it. So if you could pass around those sheets of paper, everyone take one. And then we will be running an abbreviated, adapted version of the stakeholder engagement activity. It looks like everyone's figuring it out. So as we learned from Han's presentation, the scenario for this activity is the city of El Monte has measured high levels of air pollutants, specifically ozone, nitrogen oxide, and particulate matter, PM 2.5, which all pose a great risk to human health. The local healthcare system is overwhelmed, and death toll due to lung and cardiovascular diseases increased for the area, with children and elderly people most impacted. So your job at this stakeholder workshop is to come up with a multi-stakeholder solution to the increased pollution levels in El Monte. What can each of your organizations or entities bring to the table? What are your needs? What are your goals? And how can you work together to create a solution? We'll be coming around to see if you have any questions. If you need a facilitator for your table, that is the mayor. You as the mayor can start the conversation. How are you going to run this workshop? How are you going to settle your committee to be able to produce these solutions? All right, I'll set you loose. Good luck. All right, you have about 2 more minutes to come up with a solution. Choose one person from your table to share out about what you discussed. Yeah, I think I'll. Okay, everyone. Do we have a table that might be ready to share out their multi-sector solution? Or just some of the things that they talked about? They can't be stopped. If there are no volunteers, I'm just going to pick a table. Yeah.
I won't make you do it.
That's fair.
I'll just talk really quiet, and then I don't have to be heard. No, it's okay. Keep talking. I'll just keep talking. It's fine. I already said it. It was so good. Okay, so we had a fabulous table of amazing leaders who were able to come to the table very calmly and solutions-oriented. We have our volunteer from SoCal Edison. Our leader there has agreed to shift from coal to natural gas if they get incentives, and we all agreed on that, of course. And then the second thing is we want to do some coalition building with a lot of the strong voices in the room to create a stronger voice using a lot of data, especially from the healthcare industry. And we're going to, thanks Han, appeal to the San Gabriel Power Authority for regional advocacy in order to get some things moving in the whole region, because El Monte is a small community that really needs more power behind it so that we can affect change on the state level. And then third idea, which we don't have any data around, but we like the idea of, for any new builds, mandating green space for like a tree balance kind of thing. So that's what we talked about. It was great.
Thanks so much, Em. Can we move on to this table? Who's your designated share out? Shay?
Yeah, we went around the table through all of the different stakeholders and talked about the different tensions and priorities that we all have and how it seems like we're all in conflict and we have different priorities and different solutions that we're bringing forward. I was the last one to talk. I was the anti-pollution nonprofit, and I thanked everybody for sitting at the round table with me today, coming together across different schedules and places to simply sit down and talk. Sometimes just asking the question is its own solution, And just having the chance to come together through our different shared siloed views of this issue that we all do share is the best solution to start with. So we didn't get around to ranking our solutions. We just talked through some of the tensions and how it really does all kind of fit back into the same priorities. We want to continue doing business. We want to have a healthy population to help do business and live a healthy, satisfactory life. And we ended up agreeing that we don't disagree. We all want the same things. So that was a good start.
Thank you so much. You want to go? Perfect.
Okay, so we at first were a little bit lost, but we started talking about, well, with outside help, what some of the other real people are doing, where, because I'm SoCal Edison, so it was kind of like, well, everything on my piece of paper is terrible. So I'm assuming I'm supposed to say, how do we pay for it? And so we kind of started with, well, what if we asked the citizens to opt into measures where they might be paying more for their electricity, but then we have more money to put into increasing renewable energy plants and things like that. And so it's kind of an opt-in where if they're opting in, they're going to be more committed, and we're going to have more funds to reduce like fossil fuel emissions. And if you look at the ranking of the issues, by having more money to put into newer plants, that would reduce a lot of the things on this list. And so from there, of saying, okay, we're getting more buy-in that's going to reduce emissions, that's going to help a lot of the stakeholders at our table. And then we kind of looked at, okay, well now, how does trucking play into it? Because there's a clear, we're getting more money for upgrading our systems, and that's benefiting the stakeholders, and that's benefiting us. But then for trucking, it was like, well, how do they get benefited? And so we talked about a lot of the same things of, well, there's some things like you can put in place fees for trucks that don't comply for using those roadways.
Corridors?
Yes, the corridors. But you could also put in place, like raise funds and have charging stations, so it incentivizes the trucking companies of like, if you come here, we have like maybe lower cost charging or something like that, where it incentivizes them to come so that they can save money and reduce their emissions at the same time.
Awesome. Sounds like you had a great discussion. Okay. Thanks, Andrea.
So my name is Andrea, I'm the mayor. We all agreed that we love El Monte. And that is like a deep care that we really care about this wonderful community. And while we have many different places that we're coming from, we are committed to finding a solution that works for all of us. So because it is such a big problem, we really thought there's going to need to be a multi-solution approach. So we talked about the electrifying of trucks, right? That's not going to be enough on its own, but it still will be an important one. So that was, we really had kind of 3 prongs: electrifying the trucks, and then 2, thinking about rail. We know that the rail is currently at capacity. However, we think there's opportunities to push that, and that stretches to another approach that we can build on. And then 3rd, which is much more of a long-term process, is really the transition to renewables. We know that's not an immediate solution, but we are committed to that happening over the long term. So again, because we're all committed and we love El Monte and this beautiful community, that's our approach.
Yay! Woohoo! Quick question. So as you guys are playing these roles, how did it make you feel? Like, did you feel more like involved with the situation? Like, how did it make you, I guess, like, did it come to life, this problem, more?
What did those conversations look like? How did, I think Shay has an answer for you.
I was really happy and excited that our table realized that there was a stakeholder missing from our conversation. I think oftentimes we get into solving problems without realizing who's not here. And yeah, that was really exciting to me.
Thank you for noticing. Thank you. That's awesome.
the more we talked, the more I felt the weight of the complication of this situation.
So I think Robin touched on it right at the beginning, is when we initially came together, we really didn't know where we all stood. And I think it took, what you've got to realize is you're not gonna sit around the table and immediately go, hey, we're all friends, we're gonna work together. And there's a lot of kind of understanding of different perspectives before you can move forward and have an open discussion, which you then, you can trust each other's perspectives and move together as a general group. So I think that you can't underestimate that process and how long that takes before you can move forward.
So I think everybody here is a stakeholder and a leader in the community, but I feel like some of the people who are missing are the people, like the people that you serve in your clinic that might be you're representing them, but maybe they're not there at the table. So I think they could be invited to the table as well to get real, like they're really the people who are affected by this, not just those of us who drive through every day. And then that, just to answer your question, I think it just creates buy-in, more buy-in. If you're invited to the table, then you have the opportunity to buy into what you've talked about.
Thank you. That's a huge question that we ask all the time at Presidio, is who's not at the table? Any other comments?
A question. I guess this is more for your projects. I know you mentioned that this is like a mini version. So your real one, do you normally give people like more criteria? Okay, yeah. That's what I was gonna ask, because I'm like, oh, I just took a lot of classes myself about like trainings and getting buy-in from people, so that's what I was more asking. I'm like, I figured you give, because I mean, everything on this list is negative, so I'm like, well, I mean, obviously I don't want to be like, I want to keep burning coal, you know? So I was just wondering, but that makes sense if you normally have more criteria or things that, so that way each person came to the table with a more different perspective, because I think it was kind of easy for us, because most of the people at this table kind of agreed. We were kind of stayed out of the role. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my closing statements, would be that obviously this is not a great simulation of real life, and we're all here at Presidio, so we have some of the same values and understandings, but it is a good exercise in understanding all of these different perspectives and where they're coming from. And my activity is designed more around the kind of role-playing aspect, so it has 2 sheets of paper with all of the information and potential allies, potential conflicts. So it has a lot more to it that facilitates a longer activity. Awesome. Thank you all so much for your engagement. This has been awesome.
All right, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. We are going to come back at 3:05 on the dot. There are snacks and things outside, and then we're going to come back and zoom out for our last section, back to institutional and individual roles in addressing past harms and preventing future harms. So, quick break, come back in 10. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Do come join us back in the main room. We're going to head into our last set of presentations for the day, which will involve student Shay Howell presenting, and then also one of our faculty members leading an exercise to close us out for the day after Shay's session. So let's get set up here, and we will invite Shay to come join us.
What a day we've had. Thank you for sticking with it. Thank you for being here this afternoon through all of the different sessions. We are going to go full circle. So I'm Shay Howell. Hi. I'm a dual MBA, MPA, soon-to-be alumna as of tomorrow. And I got my undergraduate degree in a mix of things, Africana studies and French. And so I want to introduce a concept from the Akan people of Ghana called Sankofa. Sankofa is looking backwards in order to go forwards. And what that's going to mean right now is that we're going to start all over again and talk about what we've talked about so far today before I really dive into reparations and what that means. So we started off with the Presidio norms and values. This talk is going to hit on each one of those: diversity, community, safety, empathy through understanding, respect, and acknowledging biases. It's in everything that we do because we are systems thinkers, and these are the systems that govern the ways that we think, the worldviews that we have, and how we show up in the world. I am a rebalancer archetype, forgot to mention that. Thank you so much, Nan, for that amazing worldview. Ikigai is something that I didn't know much of before, but I think the rebalancer role is a really apt one because, again, it ties together so many ideas, both the negative feedback loops that we deal with in systems thinking, the positive feedback loops that we think about, and the ways in which we can reflect on those by pausing, talking with each other, and then switching those loops around simply by reflecting on them. We talked about connective strategy, collaborating across specialized knowledge gaps into a general knowledge of what it takes to get somewhere from where we are. And we talked about money and values and how to put our money where our mouth is so that we have patient, values-aligned benefits that we can all share, planet included. When we have wildfire-stricken areas, we can't have business, we can't have healthy people, we can't have a functioning ecosystem. How do we start to repair these systems in ways that last? That's the crisis here, the polycrisis.
Is this working now? No. He's working on it. Should be good.
Hello. All right, cool. Thank you. So we have polycrisis and we have polysolutions. We have meta-systems that we each have a relationship with. That's what ties all of these talks together. Not the crises themselves, not who we are, not the solutions even, but our relationship and our worldview looking out. With Charlotte, we looked at the grid, we looked at some of these systems that seem to be broken in that they center inequity rather than the solutions that we would like to see in the world. And with Han, we really got back to, again, relationship and building trust. I want to build off Han's idea of building trust and go into more of the financial aspect of that and what it means to really invest in trusts. We can't repair what we don't look at. We will repeat what we don't repair. I want to thank Liz Burke for the accounting class. Accounting for Slavery was a fundamental book that has changed my outlook on what is possible in the world. Reparations is the act, according to Camilla Moore, the head of the California Reparations Task, of making amends for harms, or the finance world ought to be investing more in this. or we can look internally to ourselves and ask the question that might itself be the answer of how can I get involved with this system that is bigger than me, that is older than me, and that maybe I wasn't even present for when it was established in its broken form at the beginning. This places the responsibility for reparative action in our hands. We get the power back, we get the privilege of acknowledging our privilege, and that's really where the work starts, is acknowledgement. So let's do just that. I want to first acknowledge the land that we are present on, doing this work and doing these studies, the earth beneath our feet that's here supporting us, the sun that is warming these buildings and bringing all truth to light, the moon, which is full right now in a sign that is full of transformative action and potential. And I really want to thank Eliana and the University of Redlands staff who have kept us hydrated and fed, nourished throughout the day. We place ourselves within these systems, and in the systems thinking that we really have to consider who we are. So let's take a moment. We honor and respect the Coast Miwok, Lischan, and Huichin Ohlone peoples as the custodians of the lands on which we gather today. We pay respect to elders past and present, and welcome the tribal peoples who are in attendance here today. Yate Nakayaji. We acknowledge there are many people who are not here who should be. And I want to acknowledge that this work was mostly completed on the land that I'm from, in Birmingham, Alabama, which is Muskogee Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Cherokee lands. Their ancestral homes were taken for cultivation by families like mine, and perhaps yours too. And my family is one of many who hold accountability. These are human and more than human systems that I just named. We ourselves are part of a living system, but there are systems much larger and older than us that support our life here on this planet. Native peoples, indigenous, tribal peoples are stewards of this land and have been here for time immemorial. They operate outside of a profit model and are part of the living systems that we too are a part of. Reflecting on all of this is part of the 250th year of this United States, and it really gets at some of the questions of what this nation was founded for. It was a corporation before it was a democracy, before it was established as a country, it was a colony. It still is. And in so many ways, again, we can reflect on these in order to start to undo the harms that they create. So talking about reparations is really talking about the nation at its core. What happened in the US has currently a lot more to do with where we are at right now than even with the past. The transatlantic slave trade involved the enslavement of indigenous peoples as well as people of African descent. And there are currently 11 states and 22 municipalities across the US that have started reparations commissions and task forces. Evanston, Illinois was the first US city. California was the first reparations task force in the US, the first state to take that on in 2023. And then Amherst, Massachusetts, which I'll return to talk about more later, has a $2 million reparations fund that is highly contentious. And this idea might bring up a lot of ideas about reparations. Why are we talking about this? Why Amherst, Massachusetts? But it really gets at, in that place, what it is that's possible when we start to talk about and acknowledge some of these problems so that we can get past them to innovate new solutions. If we try to innovate new solutions on top of broken systems, we're going to get broken, innovative solutions. It might be innovative, but it's not going to be sustainable. There's a controversy in Amherst, Massachusetts around the mistrust of government, and I think based on our current federal government, we can see some of the mistrust is not misplaced. But when money starts getting appropriated for funds and for trusts, there's a question of when will the action happen, for whom, and who decides. So part of what I would like to ask and challenge us to do today is, again, to consider ourselves as part of this system. If we don't trust the government to represent us, and if we don't allow the financial sector to take the full responsibility for righting these wrongs, what role might we individually play? Some forms of reparations that we could consider are larger than just the appropriations of funds. They do have to do with first acknowledging what has happened in the past. Institutional giving is a form of collective action that I'm proud to say the Presidio Center has given to. Since we came to this campus with the merger of the University of Redlands and Presidio Center, we now have roots in San Anselmo and a place that we can call home. As we root in this place, we must acknowledge the people whose land we're on, the traditional ancestors of this land, the Listjana Lone, who run the Sigoriate Land Trust, are the runners of a fund called Shumi. Shumi is a voluntary land tax that can be donated to by individuals, by institutions, by families, by pension funds. We've talked about a number of ways in which finance can move. Acknowledging the people of the place that you are at is one of the most important ways of getting the work done of ecological positive feedback loops, because the work is already being done and has been done by indigenous land stewards, again, since time immemorial. They have not gone away. They are very much still here. And many do have organized ways that you can give to support their work and to build relationship with both the land and the people of the land. There's no need to start from scratch when we can work together. Building relationship first through acknowledgement means taking more than just talk, and we've got to turn it into action. Land acknowledgements at the beginning of classes, land acknowledgements at the beginning of presentations are one thing, but turning that into material action means working together and onward back into a positive feedback loop. The second way that we might think about working together is in teaching ourselves about land back. The rights of nature recognizes and honors that nature has inalienable rights and that it is not property to be owned and exploited. There's a group called the Community Environment Legal Defense Fund, CELDF, which is leading the global charge of envisioning a place on this planet where the more than human world has human rights, just like the corporations do in the US, giving land and water's rights, just like happened in the Klamath River Basin, means that we are considering the meta-systems around us, the life-supporting systems, as active stakeholders in the businesses and the projects that we establish. Doing this, again, means that we change the legal code, we change our customary mindsets, and we start working in relationship with each other and with the native peoples of the land. There's another group called the Indian Collection, which is led by Nick Tilson, which is a political organizing and narrative framework. Land back is one of their main goals. It is a framework for which we all work towards collective liberation by enshrining the rights of nature in everything that we do. The centrality of a clean river with clean air on a clean earth means that we too can be healthy and profit. There is no business on a dead planet for dead people, and this is one of the main ways that we can start to teach ourselves ways to rebalance our current economic system. My work this last spring has mainly involved writing all of this down into a manuscript form, and I hope it will someday be a template and a book that will show how we can all share the lessons that these two groups have helped us understand. In collaboration with my father, we've undertaken some pretty deep dive work, interviewing family members, going to the public records archives and looking at the former property logs from previous to the Civil War and really trying to connect the dots from our family's 250 years in this country to understand our extended family of people who were enslaved by our family, and also to start making amends and finding ways to build a better system now. Acknowledging what role we played is work that we get to do finally, in this generation. And it's work that maybe was too painful or too embarrassing or too shameful to do previously. But it's something that my father and I have decided to handle this generation because we can't repeat any longer what hasn't been repaired. First, we have to acknowledge in an effective, prompt, and proportional way. This is the UN framework now. Acknowledge, apologize, and adequately repair are the three concepts. So to acknowledge, it has to be effective, prompt, and proportional. To apologize, we have to offer satisfaction in the terms of apologies or memorials. And we have to offer benefits, restitution, and compensation as part of that satisfaction. Apologizing means finding the people that we wronged. It means finding a historian who can help us connect those dots, because in the public records, we were able to find names, but we were not able to find descendants. And we understand that this is an intergenerational problem that we have inherited, and so have other people too. Adequately repairing means rehabilitating through a guarantee of non-recurrence. And that is involved in, again, learning about what happened, being curious about how reparations is, what that means to our family, and then talking about it. I mentioned maybe that we come from Alabama. Birmingham in particular went through some things with the civil rights era, and it has been really important in Birmingham, especially for the kids of my generation, to grow up in the Civil Rights Institute. Downtown where those fire hoses and dogs happened, there is now an institute, an institution of learning where we can learn about what happened, learn why it happened, how it happened, and what should happen now. Teaching ourselves, again, on an individual and family basis could mean reading books like this one, In the Matter of Color, which goes state by state in colonial America and talks about the legal codes that enshrined rights for certain people while taking away the humanity of other people. The legal system is part of the customs and frameworks, the worldviews that we inherit as well. And without learning about them, we can't change them. So writing this book has involved reading a lot of books. Reading a lot of books has involved non-recurrence, learning about what happened and how it can never happen again. Why now? Why us? Why any of this? The UN General Assembly in 2005, through the Resolution 60-147, has talked about how we have principles and guidelines now on the right to a remedy and reparations for victims of gross violations of international human rights law and serious violations of international humanitarian law. These principles and guidelines offer a framework for action and a definition of victims as multi-generational. I'll just read it out here. Persons who individually or collectively suffered harm, including physical or mental injury, emotional suffering, economic loss, or substantial impairment of their fundamental rights. That's the definition of victims. It also includes the immediate family or dependents of the direct victim and persons who have suffered harm in intervening to assist victims in distress or to prevent victimization. This definition also talks about culpability and the responsibility and obligation to respect, ensure respect for, and implement international human rights and humanitarian law. That's what's at stake here. And again, we have the chance to do this work. We get to do this work. White privileged people cannot avoid our feelings of discomfort, and even more than that, I would say those areas of discomfort are places that we should lean into more, because in reflection on the emotions that come up and the actions that underlie what happened, we can then reflect that rural death spiral into innovative, life-giving solutions. But we can't do it without paying attention to what happened and without acknowledging and taking responsibility for things that may have happened before we were even born. These are intergenerational problems that happened long ago. These are intergenerational solutions that will affect our legacies long after we're gone from this planet. Thankfully, we have a chance to address these things. So I want to talk about support for reparations. We mentioned Amherst, Massachusetts. It's really controversial there because the idea of reparations involves money. And whose money is a good question. Amherst is a small place with a history that is pretty well outlined, again, in books like this, and Accounting for Slavery, again, which Liz Burke offers in her class. But the general trend here is that younger generations support the idea of reparations, while older generations are more on the fence or actively against the idea of reparations. The purpose of this slide is to talk about the controversy of allowing government to take on this work of representing you in the personal journey that is involved with going through your own history in your own place. Maybe you're not from Amherst, Massachusetts, and you have no connection there. I certainly don't. But we all have the same question that could be the answer moving forward. How do we grapple with the idea of reparations in our own lives? Maybe we're first generation. Maybe we've been here a long time. Each of us has privilege that we can acknowledge, and each of us has reparative work that we can get involved with. Again, there's a framework on the UN's level, and thankfully the principles and guidance are there. It's voluntary. You get to decide whether you want to take this on or not. But again, I would just say what an immense opportunity we get in this life to do this kind of work, to ask these kinds of questions, and to involve ourselves in the meta systems that seem too big to grapple with. This is what ties all of the talks that you've heard today together. This is what ties all of the systems together, living, non-living, in this time and previous times and in the future too. It's our relationship to reparations that we really have to ask ourselves and our families, what does this look like for us? Thank you.
Shay, are you willing to take any questions?
I'd love to take questions.
If there are any. Maybe I can start with a question as well. I'm curious, in some of the individual work you and your family are doing, obviously you mentioned going back and finding public records and things like that. Have you all used, or do you have any recommendations also of any of the digital and online tools that are out there? Like, aside from sending in your DNA to a corporation, which, controversial, I've done it, maybe I shouldn't have this kind of thing, but Ancestry.com or these other platforms, have you all had any luck with digital outlets as well, or how do you feel about that?
Yeah, so on the federal level, there are a lot of problems, but we inherit also a lot of solutions that is mainly in the form of the Freedmen's Bureau from 1865. There is an immense archive of verbal records and accounts of slaves and people who were formerly enslaved who talked exactly about who they were, where their family was, what happened to them, who were their masters, where they moved from place to place. And starting there with just the Freedmen Bureau's archive is a great place to start. That was meant to be an archive so that Washington, D.C. on the federal level could take that and give 40 acres and a mule one of these days. But reparations in this country have only been given to the former enslavers. They were white Southern former plantation owners who were paid reparations for the business that was lost by the manumission of their slaves. 40 acres and a mule never happened here. And as far as it looks in the general glance towards the future, it's not going to happen anytime soon, which is why the question of are we going to take this on ourselves individually, institutionally, and maybe in collaboration with each other is so important right now. Besides sending in your DNA, you can meet relatives that you haven't met yet. I was able to meet a cousin, I think she's a cousin, who I had never met before, but she is the keeper of the family Bibles, which have marriage records, death records. There's a lot of things that were written down before the digital archives were put together that are kept by family members. There are also church records, and especially the rural places that are great resources and archives of who lived where, who knew whom, and everybody knew everybody in a small country place. So even though we're from Birmingham, we ended up going down to Perry County and Dallas County, which is where Selma is, and right around that area is where my family was from, and there are records still very much there. What we found, interestingly, in the county courthouse is that the records from the 10 years right before the Civil War seem to be missing. I think what would help a lot in finishing the book that I started writing with my dad would be to find a historian that could help us really like dig into those things, because we followed it as far as we could. We did find people's names. Essex and Rose were apparently people that were members of our extended family that we would have called slaves back in the day, but we can't figure out where they went, what happened to them. They were mentioned in a will in 1831 and then seemed to have disappeared from the record after that. So there are a lot of questions, like Amherst, Massachusetts is going through, of who qualifies for reparations, how much money, if we're going to give money, is appropriate, how do we find them, how do we build relationship with them. Again, I would urge anybody who's willing to do this kind of work to let the questions start to guide you. There are a lot of answers that we want to find, but sometimes just living in the question is the best place to start.
As a native Evanstonian, I want to thank you, and just want to tell you that the way we did it in Evanston was very simple. We looked at real estate transfer records, and we were able to actually come up and document the amount of money that a family would lose when they were redlined out of one district to another. And so we were able as a community to say, and that's, the conservatives and liberals together said, that's unfair, and we can show it in actual financial matters. So we didn't go as far back as slavery, but we were able to go back to the records that we had, going back to the late 1800s. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the transatlantic slave trade is often the focus of reparations talk. And again, I just want to mention that indigenous peoples were also enslaved in this system as well. And the land itself was enslaved and exploited too. So opening the conversation to involve as many stakeholders as we can in the place that we're at, rooting ourselves in place is really the most important thing that we can start to do. Where are we? Whose land is this? What history has happened here? And
I teach at the seminary, so I'm your neighbor at Presidio. I appreciate all the different presentations today, especially I appreciate yours. And what I thought I heard you saying was that reparations might be like at the center of our ethical thinking. Like we are about, what we ought to be about is reparations. For Jewish people, that makes a lot of sense because they talk about tikkun olam, the repair of the world. For Christian people, I don't know. Have you found Christian spiritual worldviews to be helpful in what you've been doing, or to be a hindrance, or neither here nor there?
the pragmatic theory behind how we put our morals and values to action is what's most important to me about the Christian values. And the archival use of the family Bible has been the most important part of this work that leaves behind a trace from the past into the future. People's written wills have been really important, and in those wills you see what they value and how they value their families, how they value their legacies, and how they value their own righteousness. I can't say that I am of that tradition, and at the same time, I have adopted a sense of karma and know that we have one true and precious life that we get to make into whatever we want to. So whether that's a Christian value or just taking the theory of the morality and putting it into practical action, religion has served in a great way to help us collaborate across our differences. And whether we're Christian or Jewish or Muslim or animist, we can find ways to find shared value and benefit in this work. Reparations, I think, is often a scary word for people because, again, it brings up a lot of emotions and questions and culpability. It's almost like I'm trying to sell you on getting a root canal. But sometimes when your mouth hurts, a root canal is the best solution. Once you go through that pain, you come out the other side, and there's other things on your mind that you can do. There's so much possibility to innovate new systems that do last and that do stand the test of time, if we only will give up the, the avoidance that has gotten us here.
I agree. I think this is a very difficult topic, and I think it's powerful your framing, and if we can get this right, imagine the other good we can make happen in the world. And so I wonder if you've looked at, you know, other examples where there might have been some success. You think about Germany or Japan or Canada, like maybe it's easier to come from that perspective to show what a win could look like, to make it more, you know, to create a new way of seeing for the U.S.
Yeah, the UN, the UNGA 6147 was only passed in 2005, but before that there were many examples of successes on a reparations level. My favorite, I think, is South Africa. The Truth and Reconciliation Councils there really placed the umbrance for telling the truth and telling what happened on the people who were culpable or their descendants, in order to come to a solution. If it was found later that you had not told the truth or that you had tried to hide, then there could be criminal, there could be criminality involved. But if you did come forward and if you did say what happened, there could be reconciliation in the community that happened. There are a lot of others that involve much deeper violence than I think we have experienced here. Rwanda went through quite an immense coming together after the genocide there. And a lot of it did have to do with acknowledging what happened, people to people, but also, again, systems-wise, recognizing that we, like they, live in a colonial system. And the framework for that genocide was laid out not by the Hutus or the Tutsis, but by the British system that put them at odds with each other, that divided and conquered them in the colonization of their lands, that took over their political systems of kingship and took away the shared value that they both had as agronomic, cattle-loving, cattle-sharing people. We have a lot more in common than we have difference, and when we start to work together, again, like we can see that there's a much bigger history outside of the U.S. for all of this than what has been attempted so far in this country. But we can really push it forward, and we should and need to, if we're going to talk about environmental justice, if we're going to talk about climate justice, climate change, and systems change. Again, I really don't think that we need to be afraid. The support and popularity are within. And if you can, again, convince yourself that this is a worthy task to do and convince yourself that there is time in your life to do this, there are tangible steps that are outlined in the book that I'm writing right now, but that are also in a number of other places. Once you start looking, you'll find it, because what you're looking for is what you're going to find. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shay. Very true. Thank you so much, Shay. We are now going to have faculty member Andrea Previs-Williams come up. Shay has laid out a powerful example of a path that one can take. We are now going to have Andrea walk us through finding your path. And what does all this mean for you as we come towards the end of the day here?
Thank you so much, Shay. First, congratulations to all of the presenters. There's so much care, time, thought that goes into this work, and so I'm just so impressed with each of you, all of you. It makes me really proud to be a Presidian and really proud of all of you. I'm thinking about this quote, hearing you, Shay, what if we can heal backwards? What if we can heal backwards? By Alok. Folks that have been in my class know Alok well, but just thinking about that, what would that be like? if we could actually do the work to heal backwards. All right, this final piece, I won't use both. Let me put this one down. This final piece is going to be an integration, okay? We've had the real pleasure of getting to hear from the brilliance of all of these students, but really thinking about where do we situate ourselves in this work, okay? So the plan is to slow down a bit. I'll invite you to think about listening to your body, your gut, all the different wisdom that we can be getting from various areas as we try to explore what is our path in this world. All right, for folks, there's always the down, I'm doing down. I'll do it on the laptop. It's always a technology thing, keeps it fun. How we do it. And imagine the slides are changing. Let's see here. Nope. And the slides have changed. For folks who feel comfortable, I'm going to invite you to your feet into standing position. If you would like to stay seated, that's all good too, but I'm going to invite you to standing. We've been listening to all of these wonderful presentations, so as you're finding your way to standing, I'm going to shake out whatever you might want to shake out. Stretch up, high, high, high up into the sky. I always like to say, maybe move in a way you haven't moved yet today. Where does that feel a little tight? Where do you need to shake it out? And as you feel comfortable, lower your gaze. If you'd like, you can close your eyes. And I want you to imagine yourself changing. Think about who you were just 2 or 3 years ago for folks that will be graduating tomorrow or students in the program, maybe where you started this program, what brought you to the doors of Presidio, what were you doing, who's your community, how old were you, what was your passion. And now I want you to fast forward 3 years into the future. How old will you be? Who are the people that are around you still? What is your community? How has your face changed? How have you changed? And I want you to think about this as a big weekend for our graduates. What are the 1 or 2 steps that you can take this weekend or tomorrow or the following week that helps you move maybe 1 step, maybe 2 closer to that path? How does that help you on your path, helping you seed the things you've grown over your time at Presidio? And how do we hold each other in those moments? And as you feel comfortable, go ahead and open your eyes and find your way back to seated. I know Emily went over our agreements. We've talked about some really big, important concepts today, and I want to just ground again in these agreements, okay? One of the beautiful things about Presidio is we talk about the tough stuff, okay? And we don't shy away from it, but I want to ground in these. So taking care of yourself and each other, vulnerability, openness, and authenticity, leading with curiosity and care and appreciating that each of us in this room is fully, completely human, no matter what, right? And the phrase move up, move back, folks familiar with this? What is move up, move back? For folks who don't know, I'm a teacher. I feel like I can't be talking all the time. What's move up, move back, Nan? Right. So make space, create space, right? Take space. Also, how are we navigating that all the time? Notice and acknowledge intentions, but also acknowledge and own the impact. In my classes, we use the oops and ouch framework. Sometimes what happens when you're saying something, you're planning it out in your head, and it sounds so perfect, and then it leaves your mouth, and it's like, that wasn't quite how I expected it. And you can just kind of self-correct through the oops. And then the other one that we use is if you hear something and it lands some kind of way, an easy invitation is just the ouch, right? The oops and ouch, what you said kind of landed some kind of way, right? And then get comfortable with discomfort. These conversations are not easy, and again, they're important, and so the discomfort is a part of the growth. And then finally, no one knows everything, but together we know a lot, okay? And this will really connect to what we're gonna be talking about today with these various paths that exist. All right, on your tables, there are some beautiful cards that look like this. I have to shout out my partner, who is the photographer, and I used his pictures for when I was creating them. They have different pictures, they have different questions. Choose one that feels like it resonates. Now, we have the time. I want folks to stand up and find a partner, somebody who you have not spoken to today, okay? Somebody you have not spoken to today, and what you're going to be hold on, before you start finding your partner, you're gonna do your name, your organization, and your role. Please do not share your whole resume. Please do not share your whole life. We will have time at the reception to do that. Your name, your organization, and your role. And then why you chose the card you chose. It could be that it was the one in front of you. That's all good. If it was because you really liked the picture or the prompt, that's fine. And then if, and only if, you would like to share what is written on the prompt or responding to that question, go ahead and do that. I will let you know when it's time to switch. We'll have about a minute each. Clear on what we're gonna do? All right, let's go ahead and find a partner. Again, somebody who you have not spoken to yet today. All right, now, the first partner, does everybody have a partner? The first partner is the one with the shortest hair. That is partner A. Partner A goes first. All right, partner two. Partner two, it is your turn. Okay. I feel like this is great. When there's great conversations happening, it's always challenging to bring people back together. We'll go ahead and find your way back to seated. Please sit down. All right. All right. Excellent. Let's go ahead and find our way back to seated. We're going to spend some time. Dwight, I'm going to invite you to sit back down. Let's go ahead and sit back down. Ron, Elizabeth, you're getting called out, called in. And with that, Ron, I'll invite you to read the slide on the page. All right, come on. So again, as we think about what is that purpose, what is that why?
Okay, the why, right, the why. Okay, so here's what it says. So many problems come when we can't enjoy our own lives, feel satisfied, bask. You can't feel satisfaction unless you are guided by your purpose. Without your purpose, you can be seduced by the insatiability of consumerism or insecurity. Despite all odds and conditions, I'm basking in love and loving, grateful, and on purpose.
Thank you, Ron. So as we think about that purpose, thinking about that alignment, what am I here to do? What is my work in this world? That calm, I know what I'm doing. Like some people call it calling, some people call it inner work, some people call it purpose work, but what am I here for, right? Not all of the work is our work for each of us individually, but what is our work in this world? And the more that we are clear about what we are here for, what our special gifts, what our magic, what our why is, where we are interjecting into the system to do it effectively, the stronger we are. Okay, so how can I better understand and use my gifts to build the movement or the ecosystem that we need? All right, the next slide I'm going to show you is a big slide with a lot of words that you're not supposed to do when you put together a slide. But I want to, for the many years that I've been doing now teaching, but I started in organizing, I had so many people come to me and say, where do I fit in? Where do I fit in if I don't lead in the ways that are traditional? Where do I fit in if I'm not an activist? Where do I fit in if I don't do this or I don't do that? And over time, it has just become clearer and clearer that the more that we recognize that we need land stewards, we need folks that can spreadsheet and put together design, we need architects, we need all of the things in order to build the movement infrastructure that we need to make the changes that we're talking about making. Don't worry about reading this big slide. On your tables, there's a handout, okay? I have made I made a condensed version of this for another workshop, and the truth is, it's 19 different paths, and I don't want to eliminate any of them, because the beautiful power of recognizing that there are so many different roles or paths that we need in this movement, and that helps to build a stronger infrastructure. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask folks to help me out here. There are 19. I'm going to kind of go around and ask you to read 3 in a row, and then we'll pass it to the next one so we can hear them out loud, okay? I'm going to start with you. Can you, first 3.
All right, we got catalyst. I challenge the status quo, questioning and dismantling systems that perpetuate injustice and inequality. I take action to build power, mobilize others, and push for societal change. Culinary artist. I craft nourishing food and beverages using creativity to care and to feed both the body and soul, fostering connection and well-being. Connector. I build bridges between individuals, groups, and ideas, creating opportunities for collaboration and ensuring that relationships drive meaningful action and collective progress.
Thank you. And as you are hearing these, I want you to think and feel what is resonating, what feels familiar, what feels like, ooh, this could be me, okay? We're going to have some time to think about it, but as you're hearing them, pay attention. And again, paying attention to all the signs that we can hear. Can you read 4 through 6?
Yes. Creative. I inspire others to connect with their humanity through creative expression and exploration. I ensure that our movements center art, culture, and the beauty of creation, fueling change through imagination and innovation. Critical thinker. I apply analytical thinking to unravel complex issues and propose practical solutions, ensuring that challenges are met with clarity and informed action. Dreamer. I imagine new worlds, ways of being, and alternate futures. I challenge the boundaries of possibility, inspiring others to envision transformative change.
Educator. I empower others through knowledge sharing, fostering growth and development by providing the tools, resources, and guidance necessary to cultivate leadership and learning. Energizer. I inspire others to rise, motivating them to unlock their fullest potential. I create environments where people feel empowered to act, engage, and thrive. Experimenter. I engage in exploration using scientific principles and methodologies, uncovering new insights through research and experimentation that contribute to justice-driven work.
Financial analyst. I manage financial resources, budgets, and strategies to ensure sustainability and impactful social change, prioritizing effective use of funds for long-term success. Healer. I focus on healing generational wounds and existing harms to support individuals and communities in their journeys of recovery and resilience. Land steward. I protect and nurture the land, ensuring sustainable practices that honor and preserve the environment, fostering a deep connection to the earth and its resources.
Maker. I envision, design, and implement systems, structures, or approaches that support transformative change. My creations are built to inspire and drive community-centered growth. Mediator. I facilitate dialogue and create agreements that balance interests and advance the collective. Messenger. I use the power of words, images, and narratives to inspire, communicate, and drive social consciousness. I craft stories that resonate, touch hearts, and spark change.
Nurturer. I foster the well-being of individuals and communities by creating environments that prioritize care, empathy, and connection, supporting healing and personal growth. Operations/administrative. I manage administrative tasks, coordinate operations, and ensure systems run smoothly to support organizations. Organizer. I passionately champion causes, drawing people into movements by making them irresistible. I bring ideas, people, and movements together, ensuring they align and grow to create equitable outcomes for all. You want me to do the last one here? Pathfinder. I chart new paths forward, guiding individuals and communities towards sustainable and liberating futures.
So how many of you, can I borrow this for just a second? How many of you, when you were hearing these, felt like, oh, that one feels familiar, or that one feels like it fits? Yeah? Wonderful. All right. For folks who know me, journaling and reflection is a huge part of the leadership development and growth. It would not work if I didn't bring that in here. So guess what? We're going to do a little bit of reflection time, okay? On the other side of your sheet, there are some prompts. So I want you to think about, what paths do you feel comfortable doing? Why? Okay, I want you to think about why. Why do you feel comfortable playing that particular path? What paths help you feel invigorated or alive? You come alive when you are getting to do this, and it just fits, it clicks. What paths do others identify for you? I want you to not start there, okay? This one is a loaded one. We could talk for hours about it. I want you to not start there. What do you feel for you, okay? And then what is the impact of doing these on you physically, energetically, emotionally, and spiritually? This is where I just feel like I am living my why, I am doing what I am here for, okay? And then how, please don't skip this one, we'll have enough time, please at least think about it. How do the identified paths connect to your privilege and your power? Okay? All right, we're gonna have a full 5 minutes here. You're not gonna get to the depth of all of these, but I want you to start thinking about them, okay? Any questions? All right. Does everyone have a sheet, a handout? We have about 1 more minute left. All right, jot down any final thoughts. And here, I'd love to hear from just 2 folks who are comfortable sharing anything you wrote down, what paths you identified. Anyone comfortable sharing? Anyone feel like it was really clear? Wonderful.
This was, well, sort of related to what I've been doing with college, but I thought that the one that I identified most was critical thinker, because I tend to like to tackle things on my own. Like, this is what interests me, this is how I think I can fix it. And I realized that I really like those things because it's like I'm not waiting on other people. I'm getting things done, and I feel like mentally I can cross things off a list, so it makes me feel more accomplished and like I'm doing something. And I realized that other people have suggested more people roles, and I tend to shy away from them because I have a hard time like sharing with other people and starting to rely on other people. And I'm starting to realize that that's not taking away from what I'm doing, it's helping me do things at a larger level. And so it's been kind of hard to accept, like, you know, that outside help and that outside perspective and delegating, because I like to do things like all on my own, but other people have helped me do it, and I feel like, oh, I've become better at accepting it and realize that more things can get done. I can enable other people to do more.
Thank you. What's your name? Thank you, Robin. All right, maybe one more. Want to share briefly what came up for you? Clarity around. Great.
Hey, y'all. So I first and foremost really resonated with the dreamer. I'm definitely a head in the clouds kind of gal. But then whenever the messenger came up, I was like, ooh, yeah, that one, definitely, into that. And I feel as though a lot of people would support the messenger part. I'm constantly told that I'm a fun storyteller, so I'm glad that that is aligned. I guess the last question of how the identified paths connect to your privilege and power, I do recognize that as a white woman, I'm definitely accepted in most spaces. So I do have that privilege to be able to be in lots of spaces, to have the opportunity to tell the stories.
Thank you, LJ. Right. Thinking about these many paths, there's 19 on the screen. None of us are just one, right? It may change at different points of time in our careers or in our lives. Next, I want to think about how do these and how do each of us fit in the broader ecosystem as we think about the world as it is and where our focus and where our goals in change happens. Again, often folks come to me and they say, what am I compromising if I go into this route? If I'm going into change internally within organizations, again, what if I'm not an activist? Where do I fit? And really thinking about, as we're building a broader ecosystem, we need them all. We need all of us, and we need the gifts that each of us bring. But looking at, on your table, you'll have this slide, thinking about the focus and the goals, thinking about those that are building new worlds, creating and building the infrastructure and the power for transformation. People that are creating their own businesses, creating things to do things differently, right? Building new worlds. That's one with a very specific goal and focus. And those that can transform the system, infusing justice principles into existing paradigms to move towards what we really need. And then finally, number 3, fighting injustice. Those that are challenging and resisting solutions that don't support liberation, right? There is no hierarchy here. There is only clarifying where and how you fit in, right? A lot of times when I'm working with folks, conversations about where does compromise fit in, where does principled struggle fit in, where and how you are situated within this broader ecosystem means it depends. Okay, so we're gonna do a brief, you'll see this one says homework. So it feels appropriate to get homework, and especially for the graduates who I won't get to see, to give them some homework. But we are gonna get just a moment, right? Would you expect anything less? No. We're gonna take a moment to look at these particular prompts, okay? So you're not gonna get to all of them, but just to start thinking about it. Which of the 3 focus areas and which of the 3 focus areas and goals most resonate with your current work? How does your work contribute to the broader goals? Where do you see gaps and tensions between the current role and the broader ecosystem goals? In what ways are you collaborating with others who are situated in different parts of the ecosystem? And then what does success look like in your sustainability, liberation, movement work? Insert the word that feels resonant for you. And then has your focus shifted over time? And if so, what does that tell you about growth, values, and context? Okay? We're gonna do just a quick jot down some notes. You have a full sheet on the other side to start doing that. We'll have about a minute, and then you're gonna get to talk in a group, okay? Okay, wrap up any final thoughts. And as you're thinking about where your work is currently situated, I also want you to think about, is this where you long to be? Maybe it is fully in alignment and you're doing what you want to be doing and it fits kind of where you're able to move as we also think about our circle of influence and where we can make change effectively. Where do you long to be? Where do you long to be? All right. We are gonna do a last little piece where you're gonna get to chat with your table mates about what you just journaled about, sharing about your path, where you fit in the ecosystem, but more importantly, what are your gifts and how might you use them to build the movement infrastructure that we need, okay? We'll have a couple of minutes here and then we'll go ahead and do a closeout. All right, so just folks at your table, discuss with your table mates. which ones? You're perfect. Were you able to guess? Were you able to guess?
we were like read each other's minds.
Right?
Like,
That's what happens.
And you're that one. Well, that's the other thing too. He is these, and I'm this.
Uh-huh.
I'm also a bit of this.
Yeah.
But like, we're like, we got the full spectrum.
But that's good. I mean, and like to be like, okay, I'm a
Very clear. Yeah.
What about for these? Was this clear?
Yep.
Okay.
I was like, I think you're a critical thinker and a land steward.
Which is like literally with the like quiz this morning. I got the same score.
Well, he's like a hardcore conservation.
Like check easy. What were you, Emily? Which?
I put critical thinker and mediator.
Uh-huh.
And then I also had nurture and operations.
Yeah, I put these two.
I had nurture and mediator as my main two.
Uh-huh.
And then I had critical thinker and operations. And your second level, 'cause I feel like there's two levels.
Yeah, yeah.
Yours is connector and messenger. Like you can take a policy that took 10 years to develop and break it down in a minute for someone.
For somebody who doesn't know about it.
Yeah.
It's like amazing. Yeah, that's amazing. I love that. Yeah. It's actually like, it's actually like a 4-hour. I mean, people are like, this is absurd in 30 minutes. And so I'm like,
it's a good scratch the surface. Full circle coming in.
totally. All right, let's go ahead and come back together. And here, I would love to hear from a couple of people. Maybe if you haven't shared yet. If you haven't spoken yet, I'd love to hear. Who would like, this is actually, I brought this all the way here, so I have to use it. I took it from my daughter. She's like, what? You can't use my toys. And I was like, it's very zen. So I have to hide it when I use it. All right, let's hear from a couple of you. Maybe if you haven't spoken yet, anything you'd like to share with the group? For this prompt, how can I use my gifts to build the movement that we need? I see a thought bubble coming from you.
So on my path, I'm an educator, so I think that the answer is always education. It's just to never stop learning. There's always more to learn in order to use our paths to keep moving.
Anyone else want to share? The final share of the day or of this session. No? All right. You know I love a long silence.
Well, one of my paths or skills was dreamer. And I was sort of talking about how I'm tired of trying to transform systems that aren't innately ready for change and transformation, and how after I graduate tomorrow and, trying to get a job, trying to focus on self, and I think that I want to build new worlds with my skill of being a dreamer. And put myself in rooms where we're going past just the systems that we're currently creating the issues, and then moving to the building of new worlds and new systems. And yeah, thank you, Presidio, for all you've done for me. I'm out.
All right. Thank you all for your sharing and participation. Oh, I had one more. Who was it? Yes, beautiful, please.
I'm at the very fortunate place in my life where I have an opportunity to lead about 20 younger folks. And the best thing that I can do with my gifts is to teach them the ethics and approach that I built my organization on, to embed that not only culturally in the organization, but within their life mindset, how to interact with one another with respect and joy, and how to serve our clients with care, and then how to take care of our business so that it is resilient and sustainable and is there for the generation after them. It's always been my vision, and I've been very fortunate to live most of it, to create an institution that lives beyond me, and I'm very close to being able to do that. And the only way that I can do that is to pass on the ethics and values that we've built the organization on. So I'm very fortunate.
Thank you all for your participation. Thank you all for your work in this world. It takes all of us to make it work and for things to happen. The last thing we're going to do is a final closing. Again, if you feel comfortable, I'll invite you to your feet. We're going to do a final breath together, final 3 breaths together. Okay. So we're going to first breathe in power for ourselves, fill our body all the way to the bottom of our belly, and then breathe it out to the world, extending to all the corners of the world. And then breathing in love for ourselves, filling ourselves full all the way to our toes, to the top of our head, and extending out to the entire world. And then finally breathing in liberation for ourselves, and breathing out for everyone, for all of humanity. Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much, Andrea, and thank you all for coming. I just want to take a minute to thank my core Presidio team, LJ, M, and Rob. I see M outside, LJ, Rob. Thank you to this team who have become event planners extraordinaires, from vendors to content managing to all the running back and forth of materials. They made this day happen, and just so grateful. They do this really out of love for our students and the work that we do, and just so grateful for the above and beyond that they do. So yay, thank you. And also a quick thank you to the Iggy Hoff team and community. Having you here today, like, wow, so amazing, the richness you brought in, the questions. I hope you were a bit inspired by the students, and I also want to say huge thank you to our students who presented today. Amazing job. This is the first year we've had interactive kind of sessions, and the students really rose to the occasion with their own ideas and enthusiasm. I thought I was going to be asking them to do more work the last week of class, and they really were just like, this is awesome, let's get together, let's do interactive things, let's learn. And so thank you to the students for going above and beyond this year. It was just phenomenal. So thank you. With that, we have drinks and snacks outside, so let's continue the conversations, decompress a bit, and get ready for graduation tomorrow for our students.